Well, it is day 3 of the NFL draft, rounds 4 through 6. The always the most interesting draft day for me, busiest draft day as we go through rounds 4 through 7. We have been in the 7-round mode for some time. I go back, as I've mentioned to you guys, to the 12-round era. So when we had 12 rounds, it was all in one day. And then since we've gone to the 7 rounds, it's been 4 through 7. It used to be actually 1, 2, 3 on Saturday and 4, 5, 6, 7 on Sunday. Obviously, for a few years now, we've been on the first round, second round, and then obviously the last day. So good afternoon, everybody. I see Kev Belargo has joined us, and hopefully more of you will join us through the course of the day. It has been it's been a hectic night and a hectic morning as everyone is scrambling, and we will have, I said this yesterday, we will have more trades yesterday than we'd have day one. We'll have even more trades today for a lot of reasons. One, there's some uncertainty with a lot of players' medicals, and that's going to affect where and when, how they want to do it. Some are taking the attitude some will take the attitude of, look, I'd rather stockpile some picks next year. I feel good about, the picks this year. I'm going to take them, or I'm not as comfortable. I'm going to punt it to next year. And it does depend upon the circumstances of your team, your contract, what you have. So we're going to get into a lot of that. I see a couple of questions. We're going to get to them before we hit the clock. It's a warning again. It's going to be an even quicker day today. The picks will be coming fast. We'll certainly try to give you as much as we can from inside. What will happen, and I've said this, as we get through, it's really hard to say, but maybe as we get to the 6, I may have to, step away for a little bit more than I have the first couple of days as we're dealing with the onset of preparing for undrafted free agent signings out of this draft. But I'm going to come back and not going to leave you hanging. Just understand, when we started to do this is a show, but it's really behind the scenes. As you see, there's a lot of downtime and not a lot of talking. And I'm working. It's to try to provide some information and have it there for you. So, with that said, a reminder: if you would click the heart button, like us, subscribe to the Twitch channel for us, we'd really appreciate it. Some of the best players that I think are going to be great value. A lot of players get taken 4 through 7 rounds that have a lot of success. Why? Numbers. 53-man rosters, 32 teams. Folks, you do the numbers. They all can't be first and second round picks. They all can't be third round picks. I mean, you start adding the numbers. Even if you have 3 or 4, picks in the second and third round, the majority of your players are going to have to come from, and I know free agency people throw that out there, but free agency is about players on other teams that the other teams have decided to move on from. So, pardon me? Excuse me. So, if you look at it, the real key, I think, and the importance of today and the last day, every day on draft day, is about finding guys that fit, finding guys that can make your team, core special teamers, core guys that are backups, players that can really help you in certain packages, that guys that will help to make the frontline players better. As you're getting the big money and you're getting the big publicity for the elite guys, you maybe overlook some of the key guys. And we went through this in the Super Bowl, and again, the Bucs were really, really good. The Chiefs really struggled from a depth standpoint on the offensive line. Probably not a whole lot it could have done with that many injuries, but that was a key. And certainly the drop-off was considerable. So having young guys and having the ability to fortify every position, whether it's during the course of the season for a stretch, short stretch, long stretch, A finish stretch, you got to have that. And this is where you do it in most cases. Oh, sometimes the early picks end up being the backups and the late picks end up being the stars. It's about the starting point now. It doesn't matter where you get drafted. It's how you finish and how you conduct yourself in the league. Certainly you get more money if you draft it higher than you do in the fourth round and then that in the seventh round. Get that. But getting to that second contract and being productive and making into the league, it's what it's all about. There are a number of guys. And again, there are medical issues that are affecting some of these players and their draft status. And it certainly has affected to this point and maybe where things are going to go. But Eric Stokes, to the question that Kev Belargo asked about some picks in the fourth round you think will be the most contested. I think Davion Nixon, something's got to be wrong with him health-wise. Really good player. Trey Smith, the guard from Tennessee. Jabril Cox, the athletic linebacker from LSU. Shaun Wade did not have a good year this year, but a really talented guy that's got a lot of potential. Should go here. Corner from Ohio State. Chuda Hubbard, running back at Oklahoma State. Deonte Brown, the guard from Alabama. And Robert Rochelle, the cornerback of Central Arkansas. really good value there. Tony Fields, the linebacker at West Virginia. Getting into the third round values, which, again, we're going into the fourth round. Tony Fields, the linebacker of West Virginia. James Hudson, the tackle from Cincinnati. Tywin Wallace, the receiver from Oklahoma State. Got a couple of defensive tackles. Tommy Togiai from Ohio State. And Tupeloto, the defensive tackle from USC. And Tufele, also from USC. Seth Williams of Auburn, the running back. Garrett Wallow, the linebacker from TCU. Tyler Shelvin, the defensive tackle from LSU. Mike Strahan, the wide receiver from Charleston. Jordan Smith, the edge rusher from Alabama, Birmingham. Dylan Moses, really good player, should go here. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the receiver from USC. Hamza Nasruddin is a really good special teamer and a box physical safety. Kenneth Gainwell, an explosive running back that I think is great value here, as is the North Carolina Mighty Might, Brian Westbrook, Austin Eckler type back in Michael Carter. I do believe that Kenneth Gainwell is not as talented, but is a Christian McCaffrey type of player. Not as gifted. That's why he's still around. Christian was drafted higher. Michael Carter can be an Austin Eckler, Devontae Freeman type of player. You got several other. Brevin Jordan. That's a guy that's an F-back, a guy that line up in the fullback in a move tight end position. Those are just some of them, but there are plenty others, and we'll certainly get to them as we go along during the course of the day. There'll be some players that maybe you're not as familiar with, and we'll certainly let you know and tell you a little bit about them. Again, the likelihood of the players making it from this point on, not high. So, again, and this is where I think the analytics people and people that look at analytics, pardon me for a second. The analytics world will look and say, well, percentage-wise, only this percentage makes it. Yeah, that's right. The ones that you can find niches, guys, you're not going to find the great. I know Tom Brady became great. I get it. That's the great story. And then you don't have a whole lot else that you can throw out. The bottom line is, if you're searching for the great player that's just going to turn over a franchise, it's not likely to happen today. It's not. And it's really not what today is all about. It's more of fortifying your team, and maybe somebody can develop into be somebody special. Again, with a large roster, you have to have all the pieces in place. You know, one of the reasons, the biggest reason why the Patriots was so successful for a long time, it was Tom Brady. But they always had depth, and they always were a team that would, be able to everybody has injuries. But when they had injuries, they never really collapsed. They were competitive because they they cross-trained guys, they prepared guys, they developed guys, and they found guys that were really good niches. So I think that's really the key. So it's a fun day. It may not be as fun for as and exciting as trying to figure out who the Niners are going to take or what the Falcons are going to do at 3-4. I get that, but it'll be fun in its own right, and we hope to make it as fun as possible. Nola Jack says, if Sam Darnold turns his career around in Carolina, do you think the Adam Gase effect should be taught in schools? The further object to get away from Gase. Look, you can throw it at Adam Gase, and certainly he deserves some criticism. What about that Jets team? Tell me who coaches that team, that roster. There may be somebody can do it better. The biggest problem with the Jets, with Sam Darnold, is the fact they didn't put any talent around him. You know, and it's easy. It's just simple. Yeah, it's that Adam Gase. He's goofy. And you know what? With a lot of talent in Denver, he's pretty doggone good. He was good enough to earn getting a head job. Now, did he do a good job as a head coach? No. Neither situation did he do a good job. So somebody could have done a better job than him. Somebody could have done a better job of putting a team together that would have made it easier to coach. So it's not as simple. It is not as clear cut. Not as, well, this is the problem. There's a bigger problem. And then, you know, if you continue to have problems with guys like, you know, that, then why are you hiring them? You didn't do your homework. That's the bigger issue there. So, yeah, I get it. I think there's a lot more to it than that. Let's see here. Appreciate you, Woodcheck King. These rounds are his favorite. Yeah, it's a big day. Would Ramondre Stevenson fit with the 49ers offensive scheme? Yeah, but they obviously got a really good fullback, and they use the fullback. Yes, he would absolutely fit it. And Trey Sermon's a good fit, too. I think somebody asked that last night. A one-cut downhill runner. There's no question about it. Now, they've got Juszczyk, so a young guy, maybe having somebody like that, yeah, I do think really would be good. Bama says, hey, Chris, in your opinion, do you think the Miller Forrestall, the tight end from Alabama, or Dylan Moses from the linebacker get drafted today? I do. Unless there's some underlying medical information that would prevent it, I expect them to get better. So, yeah, no, as I mentioned, in fact, I mentioned them. I did mention, we'll go through a little exercise. Quarterbacks today, obviously I think Jamie Newman, maybe somebody will take Ian Book. Maybe I would take a flyer on Shane Buechele. I am not a big fan of Felipe Franks, but somebody may take his size. Zach Smith of Tulsa, KJ Costello, Mississippi State, Peyton Ramsey of Northwestern. I think, you know, some of those guys are more undrafted free agents, but late picks, none of those guys are going to make your team. And I think many of them would struggle even as backups. But we shall see. Running backs, now that's much better value there that left on the board. I mentioned Chuba Hubbard. Think about a fast, like not quite Chris Johnson fast, but fast, speedy guy. Kenneth Gainwell just talked about. Michael Carter, Khalil Herbert from Virginia Tech. Javian Hawkins from Louisville. Jamar Jefferson, I think an underrated back. Jamar Jefferson, Oregon State. Larry Roundtree at Missouri, Devontae Booker type of player. Kylan Hill, I think, is worth a consideration late. Kev, you just mentioned Ramondre Stevenson, Chris Evans of Michigan, Demetric Felton, Elijah Mitchell from Louisiana Lafayette, maybe Puka Williams from Kansas, and Jared Patterson of Buffalo. And there'll be some other guys that may sneak in there that I've got rated, 5th, 6th round. A whole bunch of them. You can check them out at LandryFootball.com, a whole bunch of them. Fullbacks, we haven't had one taken. I think Ramondre will be one of the candidates. I think Ben Mason of Michigan, Spencer Brown of Northern Iowa is a guy that Tony Carter of LSU, Hamuli from Stanford. Wide receivers, a lot of those guys still there. Tywin Wallace, Seth Williams, kid from Charleston, Amon St. Brown, Emar Smith-Marset from Iowa. Marcus Stevenson, I think he's still out there. Shi Smith of South Carolina. Jalen McKinley of Notre Dame. Just a bunch of them. And a lot more listed on Frank Darby at Arizona State. A number of those guys. There'll be some tight ends of value there, as we're not far away from getting started today. Brevin Jordan, I mentioned. Kenny Yeboah of Ole Miss. Kylan Granson of SMU is another one. Nick Eubanks of Michigan. Pro Wells of TCU. Miller Forristall is certainly on my list of guys. I've got him as a 5th, 6th round value for Miller. Miller is the trivia question if you want to know. I don't know how much you'd get asked this, but if you want to know this, Miller was the starting quarterback at Cartersville High School when Trevor Lawrence arrived there. And then when that happened, he moved to tight end. Jalen Mayfield of Michigan. We've got mentioned Trey Smith. Deontay Brown mentioned. So a number of good players. We're going to run out of time going through all of them here, but certainly those of you that are members of Landry Football, you can go through the board, check them off if I have, and you get a good feel. So as we get going, it's going to be interesting here as Jacksonville is on the clock then followed by the Jets, Atlanta, Carolina, the Browns, the Bengals, the Lions, the Browns again, the Falcons, and the Cowboys. And if all 10 of those pick and don't trade, you'd have a story on your hand. The chances that that happen are so unrealistic. There'll be trades aplenty today. So I asked you about Rhamondre because when I watch OU games, sometimes he was able to gash the defense when other backs were just, yes, he's really quick to the hole. He's a big physical guy, and I do think he has some fullback ability. He's a tough guy to be an effective blocker, so no question about it. What run are we going to see? We're going to see quite a few. I think we're going to see a run. I think we're going to see some running back. Look, the runs, when they start to happen, usually starts to happen with one, and then it starts to come. So I think we're eventually going to see him in all those spots. But I think we could see running backs relatively early. I still think there's some pretty decent defensive players on the board. I'd expect to see defensive linemen, linebackers, and I think there'll be a little bit of a corner run. So, yeah, we'll see at some point a little bit of everything from here on out. So, again, we'll keep you up to date, sit back, and again, maybe a little bit more interruption today, maybe not as much in this round, but we'll see. Rams have 3 picks in this round, 117, 121, 141. They've been very, very quiet. Some fifth-year options we're taking. We got to have all the updates. Reminder again, we're going to have all the breakdowns of all the picks, all the signings, probably the early part of this week. Had got some things to deal with tomorrow. Certainly, we'll try to get out as much as I can tomorrow. Certainly, at some point here in the early part of the week, we hope to have that. Undrafted free agents are really the unheralded part, though. So even after the draft is over, the signing of undrafted free agents, follow that over at LandryFootball.com. We'll have all of that for you and break that down. That's why you want to become a member. Take advantage of the scouting season offer. And when we're done, not only going to break down all the rosters and the draft, but then all the rosters and get ready to look ahead to the season with the breakdown of the NFL rosters. We'll really get more into the breakdown of the college rosters as we get. I had a message left in my ear. That's why I was stumbling here. And then obviously breaking down the college rosters, get you ready for the college season. It's really what May and June and July is all about. And then, boom, we'll be talking about the football season and it's the cycle of my life anyway. Do you many teams with first-round picks? Yeah, the Redskins used to do it a good bit. Saints under Bum Phillips did it a good bit. George Allen did it a good bit. Yeah. See Spartan Barton. For people who don't know, Spartan Barton on our chat room had a baby boy this week. So congrats again to him. For those of you who haven't had it, it's good going. It's so it may be a little hectic for him today. He may have a lot going on. So Jacksonville's going to kick us off at 106. Pick 106, that is, to start off fourth round of the draft. This is exactly right around the pick we move it up to get Derek Mason. I think I told you that story a couple of years ago. A couple of days ago, about several years ago, we did that. We moved up here, top of the fourth round. We had a second-round grade on him. And as I mentioned, there's a I guess 4 or 5 players still with second-round grades. That happens every year. That's not, again, more. You don't grade them and say, here's the top 32 in their first-round grades. No, you grade them, and then you have as many first, second, third rounds as their play and their traits merit. There's more second-round grades, and some of those guys will, by numbers, have to slip in the third, but then, sometimes goes into the fourth. So we'll await their pick and see what they're due. Done a pretty nice job thus far. We'll see how that will play out. They've got a long way to go, and certainly a need to get this draft right. Need to begin to build. And this is new for Urban Meyer on this level. And just mentioned Jay Tufele, the defensive tackle from USC, and he is going to be the first pick up today by the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that is the latest. So we'll scratch him off the board, some value there. And that may spark a little bit of a run to answer the question, where could the run be? We'll see. I don't know. Something's affecting Davion Nixon's draft stock in my mind. Tufele, by the way, is a Malik Collins type of player. I got, third round value. Good pick here. But something's up with Davion Nixon from Iowa. I would think just medical or some level of concern there. So the Jets will be up. He opted out this past year. May affect some of those guys. Now, that's a guy, for example, had he played well, and had they played this year, could have been affected. But based upon the film, people say, "Well, how do you deal with it?" Well, you got to look at what you have. You got to look at the film when he did play. Um, is Jamie Newman athletic and physical enough to be used in Taysom Hill's role? No, he's not a Taysom Hill type of player. Um, but he's built a lot like DeShone Kizer and may have a little Jacoby Brissett in him, hopefully. It is Derby Day today. Why the hell? Why the hell is the first day in May on a Saturday and draft day? That should be the first Saturday in May is the Kentucky Derby, unless it's the NFL draft day. That should be the new rule back in a second. Yeah, the Derby was around a lot before the Derby was around a lot before the NFL draft, not before 36. By the way, you guys, as we wait the Jets selection, I'm sure you guys know. You hear the term a lot in sports, right? It's an upset. It's an upset. And it's logical to think, I know probably all of you know this. Michael Carter goes to the Jets. Really good pick. Scat back, big time playmaker, 5'7", 200 pounds. Quick as instant coffee, man. I mean, he is really, really a good looking player. There's no question. So good get for the Jets, like what Joe Douglas is doing here with this pick. No doubt. We talked about it. Austin Eckler type of guy. Devontae Freeman, really good, really can scoot. So you understand that the term upset is, I guess, thought to be by most people that, well, the favorite team was upset by somebody that was an underdog. The real origin of the word upset comes from horse racing. When a horse named Upset beat the great Man o' War in what could be a challenge race, a celebrity race, and that was considered one of, in modern sports histories, the biggest surprises. And so, for a while after that, in sports writing lore and whatever, they said, that's kind of like when Upset won its Man of War. So that's an upset. And then it just became, so it's a big upset. You got the big upsets. You got the upsets in the tournament, NCAA tournament, whatever. So anyway. Falcons are in with their pick. Let's see where they're going to go. So a couple of things that I made a note of I want to talk about that, as I mentioned, is we talked about numbers and amongst all active roster players from the 2020 season, 66% of them were drafted in the fourth round or later, or not drafted at all. So again, it's numbers, it's a rosters, maybe not as many impact guys, but really, really important to know that these guys are going to be on your teams. So good time to get to know a little bit about them, and they may or may not make it, but we'll see. So Darren Hall, the corner from San Diego State, goes to Atlanta. Interesting pick there. I think he's more safety than corner personally. They list him as a corner. Got him down a little bit. We're going to have a little bit, when I said there that it spreads out a little bit, I've got a fourth round value on him right there. 5.5 grade, Darren Hall. So it's right kind of where I had him, but got a few guys ranked ahead of him. So obviously they're looking for a certain fit there. So Darren Hall, they see a little corner in him, and probably definitely like the corner skills that it affects their ability. The Titans have traded up to 109. Here we go. I said, there's no way. Titans are moving up, I understand, for Louisville wide receiver Dez Fitzpatrick. So we're a little bit across the board here. We got a defensive tackle, got a running back, got a corner. Now we're going to go wide receiver with Dez Fitzpatrick, who obviously Tutu Atwell has got a lot of publicity, but had a pretty good grade. Had him graded. Man, it's just it doesn't always work this way, folks. It's at 5.5 grade right here. Check on Landry Football. Dez Fitzpatrick, which is fourth round grade. So moving up here. There's not a lot. There's a few guys, though, I've got ranked ahead of him. So there's some really good ones. But Dez Fitzpatrick. A couple of things that will, in this is something to address. So when you see teams take multiple players from the same team, understand that you go out and you scout everybody in your area scouts, then your regional scouts, and your cross-checkers, and your college. Everybody lays eyes on them. But when you get coaches involved, then depending upon an organization, depending on how much stroke the coach has, their assistants may have a lot of say-so. And if they're looking at every snap of Trevor Lawrence, they're going to see the receivers. They're going to see the running back, ATN. They're going to see those guys on offense because you're not looking at whole games. You're looking at that side of the ball. And so you're noticing things while you're looking at something else. And what you end up doing is maybe getting a little bit more exposure. And if they have a little bit more weight in the room, hey, I really like that guy. And that's fine, but you need to make sure that it's just that not the guy with the biggest stroke in the room and you're passing over a better player just because you're more familiar with this guy and maybe you didn't spend as much time looking at the other guy. So it's not a bad thing that you're taking teammates with one another, and it's not, oh boy, they found him when they scouted the other guy. No, he was found before that. But certainly the decision could be affected and slanted towards a guy that you see an awful lot of and he shows up on tape on that side of the ball because you're looking at somebody else, and it becomes a little bit easier to move on to take him. Receivers are like players on a basketball team, body-wise. You want to have your little point guard types. You want to have your little big wing player types. You got to have different looking guys. So we have the Brownies on the clock. Browns are up. Building a very good roster. See what they can do here. Titans give up 166 and 232 to move from 126 to 109. Titans not as happy with their board late. Carolina is. That's why that trade gets made. So we'll see. We'll find out what Cleveland is doing. There'll be a little bit more discussion on these picks about in the draft room. Well, because you got multiple players same grade, and you've discussed it before, but sometimes you get that last-minute itch. We didn't have a whole lot. We pretty much knew where we wanted to go, but in a lot of rooms, it's not the case. The Browns. James Hudson, the tackle from Cincinnati. We just talked about him. We'll begin to run some of the players on the position board. He's right there. Right tackle guy. So was a pick that was relatively high on still remaining. 81, third-round value. Like the kid. Really good player. Kind of a, I give comparisons, try to give comparisons wherever apt on players to give you a visual, if you're familiar with the comp, to give you a visual of what the type of player they are. I'm not predicting the same career. It may be a better career. It may be not as good, but stylistically, he's a lot like DJ Humphries, who's been in the league for a while. Jackson Carman, who went last night, is a little bit more like a Garrett Bowles. A Spencer Brown, who went last night, is more like a Jeremy Truebud type of player. So the Bengals are up. University of Cincinnati player just gets taken to the Browns, and now the Bengals are up. Who's the Magic type of receiver? Yeah, it's probably a bad a bad a bad example here, Kev. I don't know. We got that type of guy. Um, yeah, it's a little bit. Big guy, power forward type body. Magic, of course, is a guard. I don't know that anybody's like him, but yeah, you get those, big X receivers and guys that are a little bit speedier, guys that are quick. You know the drill. We've talked about it. And then you run double slots. You want to have, I get a different type of slots. West Coast receivers are big guys. The Rice, the um, John Taylor types. You have as things evolve a little bit, you get a lot of the quicker, speedier guys. You see that. Cameron Sample of Tulane. Who's our? We got a Tulane fan. One of our guys at Saints fan is a Tulane fan. Cam Sample is where the Bengals are headed right now at 111. A really good week there at the bowl game. Did a nice job. There, hit them right there, 5-5. Another fourth-round grade right there on the money. Worked out well. They played very well. I mean, show some finish, show some crossover move in his pass rush. Good hand strength. Let's see. The Lions got back-to-back picks. Okay, interesting here. Let's see. Send something off there. But he's an Atlanta kid, Cam Sample is. Really battled. He's a little bit of a tweener size. Effective rusher. Can be a good rotational guy for him. Remember Sean King? I sure do. Roll Greenway, roll him down the field, roll Green. The line every year. Okay, is that you, Nola Jack? Are you the Tulane fan? Jacob was the Tulane fan. Yes, thank you. Senior Bowl kind of made his made his day as the Lions are next up with back-to-back picks, as I understand. To be a receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe? Yep, Amon-Ra St. Brown is where they're going. Good value there. So we haven't technically had a run. We're having a little pick 'em of, like these guys, not little trading, but a lot of, we like our board picks. We like what we got. Still some good receivers left now. We still got 6 third-round value receivers, in my view, grades with 5.9 grades, which has a chance to make and contribute. Those guys you would slot into the third round. We'll see what they're doing with their 113. So 113 was the Browns. The Browns traded that to them. The Browns get a fifth rounder this year and a fourth in 2022. Lions will pick up 257 and in the seventh. We call that a sweetener. Well, might be able to do that. Derek Barnes is the second pick for the Lions. Second pick in a row for the Lions, excuse me. Hitting these fourth-round grades right on Derek Barnes right there, the fourth-round inside backer from Purdue. Woodshed King and Kev Belargo talking a little Tulane and Sean King there in the chat room. Yeah, Sean, remember that draft, boy? They had Achilles Smith, Sean King, and Dante Culpepper. Whew. That was Tommy Bowden's Tulane team, and yeah, they did go unbeaten one year. Yeah, second-round grades still on the board. Got to be some medical issues. Eric Stokes, Davion Nixon, Trey Smith, Jabril Cox, Sean Wade, Judah Hubbard, Deontay Brown, and Robert Rochelle, corner from Central Arkansas. Those are my second-round grades that are still on the board. And I'm thinking just people are not as high on them. I may be too high on them, or there may be some mitigating circumstances. Probably the case. Most of them. There's something there that's missing in terms of medicals or information that's not good medically. I think Chuda maybe, but I think there's question maybe a little bit about his durability and vision. He's got great speed. Chuda Hubbard does. Have really good speed. Again, probably a little high on him, and I look at it. Probably good value though now, and coming up. I mean, doesn't mean he can't play. Look, here's the thing. You in the end, it's about how do guys play once they get there. So that's when you know you got it right down the road. That Chuda didn't, in some of the games he didn't. Skill set, still pretty good. He's, I may be a little high on him. Skill set's really good. Late second round value is probably more third round. But we'll see. We'll see over time. Do like a guy that I like that I thought about moving up into the third rounds. I kept him in the fourth round. Was Jamar Jefferson of Oregon State. I think he's a really good back. Is not a starter guy that's going to be a rotational guy. I'm a multiple back guy. Like multiple backs. Like to have fresh guys, fresh batteries, topping off the gas before a trip. Not to have multiple guys. Those type of guys that are tough, that are instinctive, that are competitive, that can get tough yardage, that can block, that can catch the ball, that can learn. They're good on special teams. Line them up, they're winners. And they serve multiple roles for you. Same with tight ends. Really, really important position. I love Gainwell for anybody. Man, I don't know how much speed you put on that Cardinals team. Good Lord. And small speed, Cowboys are going with Jabril Cox. LSU. Drew Dahlman going to the Falcons, okay? Offensive lineman from Stanford. So, Jabril Cox is off the board. Dahlman's interesting pick. Definitely like Deontay Brown more. This is Jabril Cox. So make the first 6 picks for Dallas. Defense. Usually completely lost to the Pac-12 guys. Yeah, I don't know if you're on the East Coast. It's maybe hard to watch them as much. I've been all around and grew up in the South, but really got an appreciation for scouting players in the Northeast and the Midwest and the West Coast, Rocky Mountains, everywhere. It's one of the advantages slash disadvantages of being on a small scouting staff where you just go everywhere with the teams I've worked for. But there are a lot of good players there, it is about numbers in an overall sense, but when you're dealing with a finite number of players, you know you it's sometimes tougher to go and it's tougher to scout where there's not as many good players because people think it's tougher because you got all those players in the southeast. That's a little bit easier because they got a lot of good players. The tough thing is, and you go say in the northeast or you go on the west coast and you don't have as many players. The toughest thing about the west coast is the travel. Going to the northeast, as you know, you can get to every school, and it's not even bad in the south. You go into the in the in the west. I mean, sometimes there's just long trips between each. Sometimes plane trips. And certainly car trips are long between schools sometimes. And but it's tougher when you have less players in the region because you're looking, and the first pretty good player you tend to overvalue them, and then when you go and you're going to look at others, then it starts to settle. Which is why when people say this guy is this, he's first, that's not how it works. You got to see everybody and you got to know everybody, or you don't know anybody. It really comes down to that. It's all about you got to know the whole thing. Um, Got Micah Parkins kind of helping the Sean Lee role. Now you got Jabril Cox play play in the open space. He'll be a good coverage player for him. Fix that defense. With the, Ellerson Smith, linebacker from Northern Iowa, gone next with the G-men. So I don't know if it's not yet a run, but a little bit of a mini-ish run. A couple of guys there. Close from the edge, pretty good rusher. Um, they didn't play. They were supposed to play this spring, Northern Iowa, and he didn't play. Well, they did play. He didn't play. Raw guy. Some good players, some good linebackers still on the board. Texas A&M. Bobby Brown. He's taking him the Rams. Okay. It's going to be the okay. Yeah. So defensive tackle from the Aggies headed out west. A pretty good value there. Ellerson Smith right there with the 4th-round grade. Bobby Brown, just a tick below at the 5-4 grade. So we're starting to see kind of where they're going. Chris Rump from Duke, okay. Got picked up by the Chargers. Like his ability as a rusher. Need a little more lead in his pencil, but, I mean, he's a 244-pound guy. Does a really good job inside with his inside pressure and his blitz moves. Okay, Chargers. Okay, Kev. Your man Ramondre Stevenson is coming off the board. Bill Belichick's taking him in New England. I think Tyler Shelvin with Chet King can play a zero technique, one technique. I think he can get some push, but he's more of a power guy, point of attack player. Cowboys say they had a second-round grade on Cox, as I did. Again, that happens quite a bit, folks. It's a everybody's board looks different. Ronnie Perkins, Ramondre Stevenson, defensive player, but same Sooner. So the Jags are up again. Cincinnati Bengals. Jordan Smith. The Jaguars are taking Jordan Smith, that outside backer edge from UAB I was talking about a little bit earlier to start the show. And the Cincinnati Bengals are taking LSU defensive tackle Tyler Shelvin. Third round value on Shelvin. Read you my notes on Tyler Shelvin. Just some quick notes here, because he's just a one-year starter there. Just my summary notes. He is the biggest issue with him is just the weight and the conditioning and the dedication doing that. He did play best in that Dave Aranda 3-4 scheme. He plays with good balance, no pass rush value, immovable. I mean, really, really physical. Humongous, big, powerful hands, can snatch, pull, swim, discard, replace hands. When he plays hard, he can be dominant in the championship year stretch run. When they started to play a little better defense, doesn't have upfield bursts to win consistently. Had some academic issues. I tell you, he's built a lot like Vince Wilfork, but he has no Vince Wilfork. He doesn't play like Vince Wilfork. Vince was a player, and he played hard, and he took care of his body, and he was big, and his wife kept him in line too. Was a big thing with Vince. But this kid needs to get his head on right, because he's a really good two-gap guy. He's really, really good. Can be a really good run defender, but not going to be able to hold up if he doesn't take care of his body. Zach McPherson, Texas Tech, going to Philly. How much do teams factor in academic liabilities? Well, academic liabilities are a problem because it tells you somebody is not focused on doing what they need to do. Now, there's some guys that just don't like academics, not good at it, but they do nothing but study football and love football, and they're really smart on football and not on others. Those guys can make it because they're going to work on football and study. But if they've got an academic laziness, then they're probably lazy in studying football. There's the reasons that make them lazy in one thing is what makes them lazy in learning football. So you have to drill down deeper in it. Now, let me say this: are you not really smart? Like for example, some people just don't understand technical things. They're more smart in terms of math and technical stuff, but they're not really good in the languages and the writing, and then you got vice versa. What's really important in football learning is you've got to be able to read, and even though we got the what do you call them, the iPads now, that we give the stuff and it's more video game like, so it's more attentive. There's still things you got to read, you got to listen, you got to, in a classroom setting, you got to see and understand it. You got to ask questions. You got to absorb it, and if you can't do that, then you're going to be limited in what they can ask you to do. Now, some positions, yeah, it's not. It's you don't have to be real complex with some pass rushers. You're gonna play safety, and you're gonna have to adjust coverages, and the more things you have to do, the more things you have to understand what it is you have to do, and you have to communicate it, and you have to think quick. So, the big thing about academic things are people say, well, who gives a damn if they're not good in algebra or math, but they're great in football? Well, nothing really if they have the ability to learn football and like to study and can keep good notes and study good study habits. But usually there's a parallel, a strong parallel, that if you're not a good student in school, usually not a good student in football. But it's not always the case, and you can't assume that it is one or the other. John Bates, the tight end from Boise State, going to Washington. Big, strong guy. Really good inline blocker, inline Y, inline tight end. They get one. That was something that was a need for them that they were looking. They were looking to add that right type of guy somewhere down the road. Obviously liked him. Some good players still on the board. I had him right behind Miller Forrestall at Alabama, who we talked about. Pro Wells of TCU, Nick Eubanks of Michigan, Colin Granson of SMU. Different type of guy, though. And then Kenny Yeboah and Brevin Jordan are a different type of guy. So what do you want? Now, tight ends are, again, we've talked about this, is you got to, we put the tight ends in different categories. The inline Y, the blockers, then the guys that are the inline receivers, then you got the flex guys, you got the F-backs, so which are more guys line up in the backfield and do basically like Kyle Juszczyk type thing. That's a big that's a big difference. So truly, what is it that you want? You don't want Brevin Jordan. I mean, you might like them both, but they're completely different type of guys. Brevin Jordan's really going to be a good fit for somebody that wants that. Cameron Bynum from Cal, corner, leggy corner, 6', 196. Good playing the ball is the pick there for the Vikings. At 125, Carolina, I believe, is on the clock. Kent, thank you folks for joining me today. I appreciate you doing that. No, you've got a lot of things going on. It's a long day. I understand if you got to go and come, whatever. As I said, I'll have to do some of that. I know those of you that are watching and listening are really passionate fans. And so it's really great to take some of your time out to do this and be a part of what we're doing here. So we kind of took this on and said, hey, look, we're gonna go ahead and we're going to do this and kind of do the show. And I was a little bit nervous about can I get my stuff done, but it's worked smoothly with being able to, you see me clicking and communicating to where I can do what I need to do and in the process find out where things are going to go. Let's see, is Carolina going to go with Chuba Hubbard here? Do we have a Chuba Hubbard sighting here? I don't know. May have jumped the gun here. I think we're still on. Chuba Hubbard. The aforementioned Chuba Hubbard has been taken by the Carolina Panthers, so good for that young man. Little speed. We'll see what they can do with the poor man's Chris Johnson, is all I call it. So the Chuba man, Stillwater to Charlotte. Matt Roll makes the final decision. They got a new GM there that's doing a good job. Yeah, he has the control over things there. He does. And again, when coaches kind of have that, they lean maybe a little bit more on their coaches on their staff. So, like Matt is a lot on offense, but he'll put Phil Snow. He'll lean heavily on him for like all those defensive picks that they made last year and this year. Lean heavy on those guys, and I mean, at least heavy on the scouts too. I don't mean that, but it's a little bit more oriented there, where they may final tiebreaker may be what he and his coaches think on a particular player at a particular position. So I can tell you, for example, Joe Brady, they're not taking a guy that Joe Brady's not excited about on offense, or that Phil Snow is not excited about on defense. That I can tell you. May not be everybody's comfort level, but Indianapolis is a team obviously in transition with the new quarterback, and they've done good jobs with their drafts thus far, past few years. See what the coach do. There's a lady announcing the Kyle Granison, tight end from SMU. We mentioned him a little bit. Lady announcing the pick. Looked like she's ready for the Derby. Just checking that. Not able to get that for us. So, Galen Granison, fourth round value there. Good looking player. H-back type of guy. Make some plays. You know, obviously that offense, spread them out, throw the football. Yeah, the defense has really improved in in Kansas City. Buccaneers are up after the Steelers, and I'm hearing North Texas wide receiver Jalen Darden for them. We'll see where the Steelers are going. Dan Moore, the offensive tackle from A&M, is where the Steelers are going. Need to rebuild that offensive line, no doubt. Now, I actually had Dan rated a little bit higher. Let's see here. Yeah, so really good run blocker, good physical, comes off the ball with a flat back, drives his hips. Trying to fix that group there. Announce him as a tackle. Apparently, that's where they're going to give him a go there. I think he's played left tackle for them. Got pretty good feet, got pretty nice punch. Not sure that he may end up, if he may not end up at right tackle. And we think this is going to be Jalen Darden here, the North Texas receiver for the Bucks at 129. Yeah, I think Jason Light has done a nice job. He does rely a lot on Bruce and the staff, but he's done a pretty good job. Look, there's a lot of hit or misses. You know, they went and they took Jameis Winston. Neither Winston or Mariota really worked out for either. Neither one have had really good careers. We know that. Um, that was kind of a quote unquote big gaff, big move, and didn't work. Um, it just goes to show you though. They hit on Ali Marpet, they hit on Tristan Wirfs, they hit on some good players on defense, but there were some missing pieces. You get Brady, and it's not all Brady, but Brady elevates everything. Got a rookie right tackle. That was a hole. That was a need. Brady gets protection. You had some good receivers. Now all of a sudden you're making some plays and you're scoring some points. You're not turning the football over 30 times, 40 times a year. Defensively, you can play a little bit better, a little bit different. And you look at the defense having to play a different game. The Rams are going to take my Central Arkansas corner. Good pick there. That's one of the remaining second-round picks, Robert Rochelle, gone. So they're playing better defense, and they're having to play different defense. But look at how during the year they were coming along, but they wasn't quite there. They got beat by the Saints twice, and quite frankly, I say it. I mean, it just goes to show you they were this close to. I mean, the Saints had them more than anybody in the playoffs. Saints had them, and mistakes cost the Saints, or else the Bucs are out of the playoffs very quickly. And now we're thinking about, well, can they get it done? And does Brady still have it? And but they get that done, and then do they finish with a bang and win. And now it's like, let's keep the band together. Let's bring everybody back, and we're going to do it 2 years in a row. Yeah, it's just funny how it's little things there that will just flip it one way or the other, and it's funny that it is. And you go back in history and play the what if game. The what if game is what sports is all about, but yet it's not. I mean, it's what is that matters, but there's always a what if, isn't it? There's always, man, if this could have happened. Yeah, if that could have happened, that would have made a difference. That would have been huge. You got Wade and Melifano and Molden still there that I think is really good value among the corners, second-round value. But Jason, again, I think Jason's done pretty much what he's done. I think he's relied a lot on the coaches, but he organizes it, and he does a pretty good job. I don't think it's been. I mean, I think the roster's good, and I think he's done a good job. But make no mistake that Brady rises all of them and makes it look really good. They don't get Brady, and Winston was back, and they made a decision, and it doesn't work, and he's fired. So good job. Go from fired to good job. I mean, look at looks like the Ravens are going receiver. Look at Atlanta. Look at Dimitroff was there. I've known Tommy, known his dad, was there since 2008. And, they made the move up. They got Matt Ryan. By the way, I mean, it really wasn't Tommy that was wanting. Dimitroff wanted to go with Glenn Dorsey. And the owner kind of stepped in there, believe it or not, and said, if you like, he didn't say I like the quarterback and I'm evaluating the quarterback. That's not where he says, look, if you like the quarterback, I say let's do that. And they went with Matt Ryan, and Matt's been really good. Then Tommy went up and got Julio Jones, and they've had some good receivers. They have not done a good job fortifying the offensive line other than Jake Matthews. It's not been a real hit, and they drafted some younger guys out of need and forced some picks, and that hadn't worked, and passed over some better players. They draft a couple of good players. Deontay Neal was a really good player, playing very well at safety. It looks like it's going to be a perennial Pro Bowl player, and gets injured. Now he's kind of back with Dan Quinn. Don't know what he is. He's going to revert back to it. DeMonte Casey is a good-looking player. Same thing with him. He's also in Dallas. So it's a little bit of an unknown. Now you're looking at, hey, they got some holes on the defense. They've got one good defensive tackle. They don't have enough of an edge rush. They don't have they've got one really good linebacker. They've got one young corner that's a player potentially, but they've got some work there. Yeah, I mean, it's and Tommy's out of a job, new direction. So you're kind of rebuilding. And, how much does Matt Ryan have? You build around Matt Ryan. What can you do? Now you bring in Pitts. These things can change. Baltimore gets Tylan Wallace. Now we're starting to get them to come off now. You see really good value, and if there's anything that was mitigating, anything that was issue, it's getting mitigated now by, hey, look, some really good value. Third-round grade, Josh Doxson, potentially type of player. Tywin Wallace, really good out of Oklahoma State. Good get for the Ravens. They've struggled with getting the right fits at receiver. Of course, they've got a quarterback that doesn't get the ball out on time in the passing game, but he's a great weapon. Of course, that's another fifth-year option, an expensive one, but deserving one. So we're getting a little bit of a run here on those. Too early for Jamie Newman for the Saints. Listen, Nola Jack, I'm not taking Jamie Newman here. I don't know the I don't think you have the answer at quarterback in New Orleans with the Saints. Okay, I'm not a believer that Jameis his career is going to be turned around, and I don't think Taysom Hill is the next Steve Young. Sean Payton believes in his ability. Maybe it's part of ego, and maybe that he can do something with it. I don't. These guys that you would bring up that would be candidates, they're good players on the board. The Saints have a lot of needs, and the quarterback that they're going to take is not going to help them. I mean, the options are really not there. To me, that's where looking at it, knowing these players, to me, is a big difference. Because, and Tommy Tugale, the defensive tackle. So we're seeing a little run on defensive interior guys. We talked about one of the big defensive tackles from USC has gone to the Browns. No, that's Ohio State. They took Tommy Togiai from Ohio State, third-round value, good big there for the Browns, so local kid. So, I get it. Who's your quarterback of the future? It's not Jamie Newman. It's not, it's not Kyle Trask, who's already gone. It's not Kellen Mond, who's already gone. It's not Ian Book. It's not any of those guys, in my opinion. So why am I not? I mean, there's so many needs that they have. Take a good player. I mean, good Lord. We went over a million of them. Take a good player, a player that can make your team. Your goal is not to say line up with a list after the draft and say, oh, man, they addressed quarterback. I get that. They addressed quarterback. No. They picked the quarterback. They picked the player at a position of need. They didn't get a player that's going to make their team or help them. So I don't see that. Now, again, if Sean likes one of these quarterbacks and thinks they're better than what they got, I think he addressed this wrong then. I mean, I think he's – but look, if he thinks Jamie Newman can be really good, then, yeah, it's nothing wrong with taking him here. And I do think there's some value. I do have a fourth-round grade on it. So I know you say, well, what's the problem? Well, the problem is there's second-round value and third-round value at really good players that can absolutely make that team. And I don't think Jamie Newman's going to ever be the guy that's going to be a starter for you. And I could be wrong, but it's kind of how I view it. So we'll see. Pick his end with the Saints here. Let's see if it's your Jamie Newman or they go with a player. Oh, my goodness. The Saints are taking a quarterback. It is not Jamie Newman. It is Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book. So they got you your quarterback. Obviously, Sean will make this decision. Always does. You like them, you take it, you develop them, you see. Have tons of respect for Sean's ability to evaluate quarterbacks. So we'll see how that works out. They need a quarterback. Don't think they have a future starting quarterback. I'm not sure what this is. Do they think Ian Book can be the starter? If Jameis Winston's not the starter, if Taysom Hill's not the guy that Sean thinks he is Ian Book the guy? I sure do not see him as a starter in this league. So are you drafting in the fourth round? And again, doesn't matter, fourth round, whatever. Got a fifth round grade on Ian Book, so what? You draft him to be a better backup? Or do you go and address, you may have some medical issues, but you've got a second-round corner, a defensive tackle, a guard, another corner that's got ability. Judah Hubbard's just got taken off. So is Rochelle. You've got some third-round value linebackers, got receivers. You've got a number of options there to help make your team better. Guys that I think can make the team, that can help the team. I don't see that with Ian Book. I could be wrong. Okay, it's not about me and what that's how I see it. Obviously, I would hope. Okay, there's no reason to do this if they don't think this guy can be a starter. If you think this guy's got a potential to be a starter for you, hey, go for it. He's a 6-foot quarterback. Oh, boy, he's the next Drew Brees. Well, he's efficient. He's a winner. They think maybe he can be the guy and do some of those things. Let's hope that it is. I don't know. Again, he's if he's a backup quarterback for you, and I'm not talking about right now, if he's a backup quarterback in his future, which that's what I think he is. I think in 5 years he's a quality backup still in the league that has value. This reminds me of Chase Daniel type of situation. Backup guy is a role, just you don't have Drew Brees, there. So yeah, no, I don't know. I hope they see it. If you were going to take one, yeah, I probably would have taken Jamie Newman ahead of him, but I don't know that. That's, I can tell you, not the type of guy that Sean would like. Vikings pick her in 135. Well, the thing you like about Ian Book is his smarts, his competitiveness. He's done a good job at Notre Dame. He's a guy that for the most part makes good decisions. He's got a lot of moxie and a lot of mettle. Yeah, that's what you like about him. That's things to like about him. And I think he'll be a quality backup quarterback in this league. I just think you got starters on the board at other positions. That's my point. they obviously think a little bit more of him, that he can be more than what I think, and that's going to be determined not today, not in a chat room on our show, a podcast, but it's going to be determined on the practice field, in the classroom, and potential game fields in the future. It's always, there's maybe some other guys that they had targeted and liked as well at that position, and couldn't get. That always happens. Man, you like players, and it's it's really the frustrating part about the draft, most frustrating part of the draft. You really, as a recruiting coordinator, you really feel bad when you lose a guy that you thought you could get, that you liked. But in the draft, most of the guys you're not going to be able to get. And it's just, you're grateful for the ones you can get. But you always say, man, if only I could have. That's the way it goes. So Demarius Robinson of Florida State, the defensive end, has gone to Minnesota. Tennessee's next, then Baltimore. Shad Weaver, Pittsburgh, really good value there for Tennessee. Another one of those guys hanging high on the board, relatively high on the board. Shad Weaver, Pittsburgh, edge rusher, good value there. Guy that can get upfield, good spin move, good value there. Cardinals are up next. Be back in a minute. Marco Wilson, a little corner run here. Marco Wilson, the corner from Florida. Where's he headed to? He's headed to Arizona. Yes, sir. There's a little bit of a run. Yeah, there's some corners that are still on the board, ranked higher. They obviously have some issues going on medically, most likely, that are concerning. That people have said we need to bypass it. I'm curious to see how long that's mitigated because there's some guys that can play. Availability is the most important thing, and being able to play and feeling you can get the guy to be able to play without some real longevity issues. It's a huge factor. It's an absolutely huge factor in any decisions that we make on this. So, and it's the part that you get some of the information, but you don't get all of it, and it explains a lot in the back end. We'll have a lot of those details for you, as the days and weeks, devolve. We'll kind of give you a little bit of a feel for the who, what, when, the what and the what. Well, the what, the who and the what. We'll give you a little bit more of the whys in the past and over time, whether that's something that we feel good about or not. Trey Brown, another corner going from University of Oklahoma, going to the Seahawks. Guy that fits what they want, their style of corner. Interesting pick there. We got a couple of guys. Norwood as well. So a little bit of run on corners here. I want to remind you again, we'll know it's repetitive for most of you and probably aggravating for most of you that are members of LandryFootball.com. For those that maybe are joining us that are not as familiar, check out LandryFootball.com. We'll not only have the breakdowns of all these picks, but as we do all year round, work on everything from recruiting, evaluating college teams, players, schemes, programs, the draft, obviously, all year round, the NFL free agent process, evaluating teams, breaking down the games during the course of the season. We got it all for you there. So we really appreciate your support and certainly joining us. We've got a few membership opportunities available. Very inexpensive, it's like having your own scouting department at your disposal for less than a magazine subscription. So check that out if you haven't done so. Really appreciate it. We'll certainly catch our podcasts and appreciate the support that you're giving us here. If you haven't subscribed to Twitch, if you're watching us on a platform other than Twitch, you can sign up for twitch.tv/Chris Landry Football. Subscribe. Free. Like us if you would. Hit the heart button. Like us, and we really appreciate that. Josh Ball from Marshall, big kid from the Virginia area that went to Marshall. He's he's 6'6" and 3/4 and 310. He's big offensive tackle. Um, Guy they can try to develop as a backup. Got a third round value grade on him. Not a really good move there for him. Like that. There's still some options there on the offensive line. Yeah, Stephen Jones is in Dallas. The question about Jerry, and it works a little bit different. Will McClay is the guy. He's their top personnel guy. He basically drives it. Stephen doesn't go rogue and say, "Well, I like this guy. This is what we're going to do." It's Here's the thing about the Joneses. They get people to do their work. They just like to be the guys out front talking. They really are not the. I know you hear stories. Well, Jerry's infatuated with Johnny Manziel or this or that. Um, that's a little bit overblown. He may like a guy or may say, but he doesn't go in and say, man, he may ask questions or why is this not the good pick? Why shouldn't we do this? Whatever. And yet, in theory, they have the final say. I mean, they do. But they don't go rogue and do what maybe people think they should do. Um, you don't force things. Um, Dan Snyder's forced a couple of picks. He's forced a couple of moves. Things have happened. Okay, Janoris Robinson goes off the board to the Vikings. Deontay Smith is going off the board for the Bengals. Trey Smith, I'm guessing the question about Trey Smith, it's a there's something there. Like him, love him right now. I mean, I think it's great value now. Obviously, something going on medically that they found that they're not comfortable with. Some people are. Most people are. I think he's pretty good value here. I do think that we're seeing a different wave of front office people. Buddy Johnson, linebacker from A&M, little Aggie run here. Pittsburgh, a little double dipping into the school type things going on more this year, it seems, than normal. And it's interesting as I think about it. As you have less information, if you get good information out of a school and you're comfortable with the information out of a school, be it a A&M or Clemson or Alabama, whomever, Oklahoma, you feel like got the right information on the guys, then you're probably going to have the right information on the other guys. So you may be a little more comfortable with the player. What there is a trend of people that what I would call non-traditional football people that have come up, like I have from coaching and scouting, that make football decisions. And look, I am not the best at running a whole organization and handling PR and handling marketing and handling. I don't think I was very good with contracts personally, just lack of patience dealing with agents. And quite frankly, sometimes maybe not the best at managing things in the staff and overseeing the training room stuff and the equipment room stuff. And there are things that you want, but, some of those things, depending on your organization, you have to be really good at. Some of those people are really good at that type of stuff and very personable, and but they're from a different world, and that's great. But when those people end up becoming heads of operations in some whatever title, and they're picking players, what they're doing is building consensus. Well, if the guy making your decision is all he's doing is he's kind of, picking up this or that, he has no, and you hear them say, well, we had this guy here that, well, it's not we, just other people are telling you that. Well, in my mind, I ask you, would you want your head coach to be the least knowledgeable coach on your staff? Or would you want your head coach to be somebody that was very good at what he did as a coach, is also a very good leader, and can also help coach the coaches, train the coaches, nurture the coaches, get the most out of the coaches, relate well to the coaches so that you can get the best out of the coaches? I think everyone would say yes. Well, to me, it's no different than the quote-unquote GM or the head of personnel, whoever is going to make the decisions on the draft. Now, sometimes it's the head coach, sometimes the head coach with the GM. But if that top guy in personnel hasn't scouted, doesn't know how to train other scouts and work with other scouts and develop other scouts and get them to understand how to evaluate players, not to tell them what to think about a player, but teach them how to do it. Not trying to give them the answers to the test. We're trying to teach them how to work the problem so that they can come up with the answers. So now you've got a lot of different credentialed and evaluations on players, so that if somebody who I know has been properly trained tells me, I see something different in this guy, then hey, you know what? He may have seen 3-4 more game tapes that I didn't see, and I need to go back and redo this guy. But if it's somebody that's just, what we call a telephone scout, that's just not really qualified to do that, then it's just, you got somebody that's just an organizer, a paper pusher, a politico in there that's just trying to, get his name in front of the camera. That's what they're having a problem right now with the Raiders. Big stuff has come out. They're trying to justify this or that. Gruden kind of goes rogue on things. Well, there's not a GM that he truly respects as a football guy. He hired the GM, Mayock, because he knew that he could control Mayock and that he thought Mayock was a hard worker and is, and would organize things very well for him. The problem is, while Gruden may make the decision, he's making the decision based upon the information he's given. And John can't look at everybody, but when it comes to guys that John really looks at, he'll like certain guys. So, all right, they like Alex Leatherwood. Tom Gable, the offensive line, likes Leatherwood. Mayock doesn't know whether, Leatherwood from they don't have a real value. Those Gruden, they like them. That's what they're going to do. Fine. But there's nobody there that's strong enough that can say, we're making a mistake here, and here's why. And that opinion would carry any weight because there's no substance and reason to believe in that guy because of no real background in it. And that's the problem that you have. I don't begrudge anybody. I think that anybody that gets an opportunity is great. And I grew up in a world where you couldn't get into scouting if you didn't have an extensive coaching background, which I firmly believe in. Today, most of the scouts are the young guys that gather information, get background information, and they're not really good evaluators. If you are properly trained as a coach, then properly trained as a scout, you come up through that. It takes, in my opinion, a good 10 years to truly have your opinion carry weight, because that's enough sample size of evaluating players to truly know. I always tell folks, I went in the NFL. I'd had a lot of experience and a lot of success in college as a college coach, as a recruiting coordinator, recruiting good classes. Tyler Gillespie, the safety of Missouri, speaking of the Raiders, going to them here, trying to rebuild that in. Well, they have taken some guys that guy can run. So if and then I go into the league and boy, I have ideas and that's great, and but it's when you know a lot and then you get into it and you have to do it, you realize how much you don't know or how much you need to learn, and that just takes time. Can't do it in a book. It takes years of work and practice of doing it, and the people that do this online or on TV, they're not doing the same job. They're not scouting. They're calling people, getting information, and building a consensus. Well, these are the best guys. This is the best guy, and here's why. They have the little notes and the buzzwords that they throw in, and they don't know how to evaluate the player. They just gather the information. They're no different than the beat reporter that covers your favorite team that is embedded into the, and ask the questions and all that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But understand that's a different dynamic, and what you have with a lot of young guys and a lot of guys that, now are getting GM jobs, they get their information from other people. They get their information from, scuttlebutt around the league, and then they kind of factor that into their grades. Well, what use are you if that's all you do? Isn't it more valuable to have somebody that knows how to unearth the talent, know how to evaluate so that you can find the guys? Yeah, these guys like the guys, but if you don't understand enough about it, that guy doesn't really fit what you want. And then you get coaches who are maybe really better football people than you, but they are not evaluating all the players. They don't have a greater vision for the team, and they have a very small myopic view, maybe a good one as it relates to them, and it just doesn't mesh, and it just doesn't work. And so the right combination has to be there. And therein lies the problem, to where, all right, now you have to lead it. So like the issue is, like in with Las Vegas, it's not, Mayock doesn't make the decision, it's not his fault. Well, Mayock doesn't make the decision because he's not qualified to make the decision. He doesn't know enough about evaluating because he's never done it. So he serves a role to serve the head coach and the coaches, and then when what they want to do, that's what they do. And now the answer is not to, let's let Mike do it. Well, then what's Mike going to do? How is he going to set a board when he doesn't? If he can't talk to people, then he can't evaluate, because that's, again, telephone scouting is, if you don't have access to talk to people, well, guess what? When you're doing it on TV, a lot of these, particularly these young scouts that maybe have information that they can bring from their draft room to you, it could make for good information. They like their name to get out there. It may help them get a bigger job one day, get to know the TV guy, all that kind of stuff. That appeals to them. Well, you can get access to those guys. They may talk to you. Well, when you become a GM in the league, you think the Chargers are going to talk to you now? Now you've got to figure it out. Gil Brandt was that way. Gil Brandt's in the Hall of Fame for scouting. Gil Brandt never coached. He never really scouted. He went out on scouting trips, but he coordinated all the scouting reports that the scouts made. It was the Red Hickeys of the world and the Ron Marcinaks of the world, and Tom Landry made the picks, with Tex Schramm, but Tom Landry was the key football guy there. So I believe, as the world of football has become more and more of a business, I think people are getting it backwards. Football, the NFL, football in college is a big business, but it is the business of football. So if you don't understand the product and you can't evaluate and make the product, you're going to have a hard time. I get it. It is really important if you make whatever you make, whatever product you make, it is really important that you market it, that you sell it, you have the PR, that you know, all those things. You can't survive without that. But if you don't have the ability to make the product well, then you just make it impossible for the marketing people to be able to do it. So I think we're seeing more and more of that, and we got more and more information that's just enough to people to screw up. You got to have people that know how to evaluate, that trust their instinct, that trust their evaluations. And, you know, people that talk about it are just information gatherers and are not scouts. I can tell you, I was at Mississippi State my first year in scouting, one trip. This was happened to be one particular trip at Mississippi State. There's a guy that I really looked up to in scouting that had done it for 25 years at the time. And we were in there together, and we were pretty close. And because I was a coach, and he would always come into LSU, and so we became good friends. I was the guy that kind of really helped him to get to know the LSU players, really know what their skill sets were and the background and all the things that you got to do. I was the guy that I say you got to get to know. I was the guy that you needed to get to know at LSU, and he and I became very, very close as a result. Now, what I got in, so we're in there, and we're looking at a player. And he stopped, hey, Chris, look at this guy, this, and you can't do that. And I'm seeing the guy different. I'm watching it. I'm looking at it. My eyes are telling me something. I'm seeing something. But I'm in this guy that's a lot better than me and successful, and it gets in my head, and I'm writing the report, and I began to, when he was saying it, I began to see things that weren't. I began to see things with my ears. I tend to believe things that Jamie Sherwood of Auburn going to the Jets, right here, and it affected me. And I learned there, information is good, like, you know, something that may have happened with a player, or, you know, that you can try to then go verify. That's great. When you try to listen to other people's evaluations and take it off as your own, it could mess you up. And I learned that from the very beginning. And mostly what we have today are just information gatherers. And the people making the decisions are really not very good. So it's really more potluck than before. And then you throw in the development and all those issues. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, but Gruden did make questions. There's no question about it. Um, you know, but you would think, again, if people would pair the right personnel guy with him, and he would listen to that, he realizes his future. But Gruden's not going anywhere. He's got $100 million contract guaranteed. I mean, over 10 years, so he's not going anywhere. And, you know, but yeah, no, it's you know, if I were him, I wouldn't listen to Mayock either. The whole point is, hire somebody that's a good football guy to help you with this, so that you can listen to him. Don't hire somebody that you can control and manipulate. That, you know, because again, he has no value with an opinion in the draft room if all he is going to do your work for you. And, you know, it's one thing if you're a GM and you're a good football guy. You can have minions underneath you that just do your busy work, because you can make the decisions, and you can, if you need to, sway the head coach. If you are the GM that doesn't have that acumen to do it, you're going to, or don't have the power to, you're going to end up doing what they want. So we'll see how it plays out. The Texans are on the clock. Brevin Jordan. So as we've gotten into the fifth round, Brevin Jordan, Jamie Sherwood, safety from Auburn, Luke Farrell, the tight end from Ohio State. Brevin Jordan's an F-back guy that works pretty well in space, can line him up in the backfield, put him out at wing back. He's really more built like a fullback type, a little bit shorter. He's a good blocker, though. Can release out of the slot. He can release off the line of scrimmage, catch the ball very well. Really, really good player, really good value. You have to have that role for him, in that we call it the F-back role. It's a move tight end. Um, not Kyle Pitts, like he's a different type, more fullback issue, and used that way. Really good value, really good blocker on the move. Good pick. Obviously, storyline taking Davis Mills. Don't know where that's going with Deshaun Watson. We'll have to wait and see. Um, Atlanta's pick is in here. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's a difficult, no question, to figure out what they're going to do. Um, with Deshaun Watson, doesn't want to play. I think, first of all, I think what you have to do is, and I think they're doing it. Um, Taquan Graham from Texas, um, going to Atlanta. Um, it's very difficult. I think you have to plan, if you're the Texans, that he's not going to be there, Sean Watson. I mean, if he is, if things work out and changes, great. I don't think you can count on that. I don't think that's realistic. Um, Noah Jack says eat graham crackers to eat Ritz. Yeah, I kind of do. I don't do it that often, but I had some. That's what I had in the pantry. Not eating them today yet. Does input from current players on teams ever come into play? Cavery 1414. Um, I would always ask a player, if I knew the player and I thought I knew enough to where he'd shoot straight when they ask about the person. So what type of worker was he? This, that, and the other. I mean, it's usually how much. I can't really say that put a ton of weight, but I wanted to see. Just normally players won't say anything bad about another player, but if they did, that would open up. Certainly be eyebrow raising. Um, Evan McPherson, first kicker. Evan McPherson with the Bengals. There you go. Go Gators. Um, I would like to get some input from the players, just to see if they like the player, know the player, got along with the player, just that sort of thing. What type of guy is he? But not how maybe things like how do you work in practice? You went against him every day. You're a running back. He's a linebacker. Whatever. I never I never was really all that. I never really got into having him evaluate the player. I would evaluate, again, the person, the work ethic, the competitiveness, you know, and look, I mean, one of the things I always ask a player in an interview, who's the toughest player you had to go up against? And so, I always thought that was an interesting question, and we'll see what it gets answered. Um, so I would ask sometimes a player, you know, I may ask in general, who's the best player, toughest player you had to go up against practice, and then why? And then, I certainly, with this player, depending on the position, who the player is, did he go up against him? Was he in the same position meeting room with him? Maybe he was you're a running back and he was a younger running back. Those type of things you certainly go through and you get some view how did he work. But not to say, hey, this guy's a really good player. Um, I remember Eddie George coming to me and telling me about the fullback he had there, and he called him the Beast, and he said he was just, had keys to the weight room, and guy just couldn't get out of the weight room, just hard working, tough guy. And he couldn't play, but he was a, he told me about him. He liked him. Wow, can we sign him? Can we get him? And it wasn't for us, but the ancillary parts of it, was really interesting. And by the way, I got to meet the guy and worked him out at the Ohio State workout. In fact, he was at the workout, did all the workouts and looked at all the film on him and did all that. He just wasn't for us, but though it mattered, and if he was a good enough player, that would have helped in knowing a little bit. So yeah, you do it, but there's a reason players play, coaches coach, scouts scout, administrators administer, and owners own. So the first kicker off the board, Evan McPherson, a little bit surprised. Well, we're at the point now where I guess you'd have it, 5th round. Like, Evan, Cincinnati. That's where they go. You like them. Kickers are always a challenge because if you're going to take them late. Because even if they, pardon me, having a little problem today with the sneezes, and I know what it's regard to. Maybe I'll get to that later. Oh, great pick there, Kenneth Gainwell, the Eagles, really, really good pick. The kickers, you can evaluate the leg. You can evaluate what they've done in college under pressure. A lot of guys are really good. You get into the NFL, it just sometimes it just doesn't click. I always equate kickers a lot like golfers in that, they could be hot for stretches and then, they just lose timing in their swing and they miss, and it's about mental toughness. And so is the guy mentally tough. That's really what's important. You're going to miss kicks. You just can't miss a lot of them. You got to be relied upon it in the most clutch situations. You got to be able to get it done. You got to be reliable. You got to be accurate. You got to get good elevation. You just got to be mentally tough. You got to be a guy that, hey, I'm going to do my job and I'll work on my job and I'm going to have it. And I'm not going to be like, you got a guy. You need to have the guy that says, please get in field goal range so I can kick this winning kick. I want it. I want it on my shoulders. Just like the quarterback wants the ball in his hands, that kicker says, oh, please let me do it. I'm going to stick the dagger in their bleeping heart. I'm going to kick it. You want that. The guy that is hoping that they score a touchdown so I don't have to kick it is not the guy you want. Sometimes that's tougher to find in because sometimes you don't really see that. So when you take a guy high, first, second round, it's riskier. You take them later, you mitigate the risk. You know that story. You know how that is. So it's worth it. And the other thing is kickers are more fungible. You can go get a veteran. You struggle. You take a kicker. You like him. He's off to a good start, 2 good years. You got your guy, boom, and all of a sudden, third year, he can't do anything. And then now you got to go sign a veteran, and maybe the veteran can get you through the season. And those guys are usually more capable of coming in and kicking to later in their career. And you don't. It's not like, boy, you got to learn our scheme or anything like that. The only thing the kickers need to get used to is the timing of the holder and, develop some continuity with the holder and the snapper. And just, that's a lot easier than that. You're not learning a playbook. You're not doing anything like that. So it is an easy transition from, hey, signing a guy, we'll meet you there at the game and let's go to work. Larry Borom from Missouri is where the Bears are going with their offensive tackle pick here. Going to get all across the board here as we get into this round and next round. Denver's up. Denver's roster that's not bad. It's interesting to see what they had a pretty good draft. I think George Payton's really added a lot to the organization as a new general manager. Missed the playoffs for 5 straight years now, coming off the Super Bowl win. And, of course, having the Chiefs kind of taking over the division doesn't help. If you look at that division, the Chiefs are the Chiefs and the standard and, coaching personnel, they're in good position and they've done it. Attacking their needs on the offensive line and a couple of spots on defense. No, they lost the Super Bowl, but much like the other Super Bowl participant, the Bucs, not a ton of needs. The offensive line, significant, yes, but, have some needs, not something that can't be fortified. You got the Chiefs. You've got an improving Chargers team with a good young quarterback. You've got this Denver team that's pretty good that doesn't have a quarterback. True good one that can get them to that level, and they won't be able to challenge until they're able to do that. Then you got the Raiders, which is they're the most all over the place. Caden Stearns, the Texas safety, is where the Broncos are going here. Really good athlete. Boy, he ran well at the pro day. If you remember him as a freshman, that would have, as a freshman, there again, you're looking as a freshman. Hey, Chris, who's going to be the next 2023 draft? Here's a guy that you put here. We'd be talking about him in the 2021 draft after his freshman year. Yeah, you know what? This guy's probably, you know, top 15, top 20 pick in the draft. And he just hadn't really developed much since then. But here he goes, 5th round. Here's your chance, young man. He can really move. He's got some playmaking ability. But the AFC West is such an interesting that you got the Raiders that are just kind of got a quarterback that's good, maybe not great, but good, probably better than people think. And it's more about what they've done around them. The one thing I will say about their drafts is that they don't have a good feel for the value in the draft. I think it's important to understand. Again, you have to evaluate players correctly. You have to you have to look at how you see the player fitting for you, and not only your team, but then where the value is. So, for example, if you understand that you're looking for a certain type of guy that not everybody's going to want, you have to understand that there's a certain value in where you need to get him. You need to overpay. It's like you just don't go in. You need to maybe do your homework before you go on the car lot and say, I'm going to pay whatever the sticker price is. You need to kind of know. So I don't think the Raiders do that very well. I don't think they have a handle on that very well. And again, why? Because the guy that's supposed to coordinate that, the guy that's supposed to know that, the guy that's supposed to have an intuitive quality about where they're going to go is a guy with a GM title that doesn't know. Well, but he was sure good at that on TV. Because he could talk to people on TV. Those same people are not talking to him now, just as I said. So you're just having this or that, and it's no rhyme or reason. They try to, they fall in and out of love with a player. I mean, they go ahead and make these signings and picks. They look at Trent Brown. Boy, what a great player with the Patriots. We're going to pay a ton of money. He's going to be our left tackle. He's great. And realize that, hey, he was coached up in New England. He wasn't going to be a really good player for you. You didn't do your homework on pro personnel. Never been involved. Then it bust. Wasted money. So you build an offensive line, have to tear it completely down, have to start over. You've been drafting in the secondary forever. It's just they've just got a whole lot. They're a team that's wandering in the woods, and they had no compass, and they don't know where they're coming out, and they may pop out of it and do something, but boy, they're going to need an awful lot of help. And in that division, and I get it, an extra team in the conference each year helps, but boy, you got to start with your division, and they're in, it's a race for second, I know, and the Chiefs have to come back to the pack somehow, some way, either in the foreseeable future or just on a one-year basis. So, interesting division. Let's see here. Chris, can you give us an example of a player you missed on for whatever reason? Oh, gosh. There's always some of those. I remember a lot, but I tend to want to suppress it. Don't want to forget about it. Yeah, Robert Smith was a defensive end that I thought would be a good player. I didn't take him high, but I took him here in his last day and thought he could play, and I just could never get it out of him. Now, there's a reason why he lasted that long. Tony Fields going to Cleveland, the linebacker. High up on my third-round value. Good pick here. But, yeah, there's a number of guys that just don't. I mean, all out bust. Fortunately, there's not like a ton of them. But where I wouldn't have a job, I guess. But there's some. You look. I mean, that first draft with Cleveland, I wasn't happy with. It was Tommy Vardell or Derek Brown, and I didn't like either one of them. I like Coriat, and I like Steve Ettman. We didn't draft them, and neither one of those panned out. That wasn't really a good draft. I like Gary Brown out of Penn State, but I knew he'd eat his way out of the league. Wasn't a high pick. I'm trying to think first round guys that were busts. Really, I didn't have a whole lot of success. I mean, Bryant Mix. I mean, I don't consider missing on him. Bryant Mix was a defensive end out of Alcorn State that I liked a lot. Drafted in the second round, had a first round grade on. He just got in a car accident and had a spinal injury and was able to walk, thank God, but he couldn't play football again. I thought he was a really good player, and I think he would have been, but we'll never know, unfortunately. Um, Probably had a lot of success with tight ends late, running backs late. Um, had a few defensive backs that are late, and that's because understanding the roles that you're looking for, the specifics of finding the guy. You got to know what it is a guy what he can do, not what he can't do. Yeah, Gruden loves a lot of guys. I think Gruden falls in love with a lot of guys. You're so right about that. Daquan Graham from Texas. Where does he go? Where's he gone? Falcon. That's right, the Falcons. So we're up to 155. San Francisco's up. Jalen Moore, big tackle from Western Michigan, goes to the Niners. Big guys, work and develop on those big guys. We talked about the medicals and how that was going to affect it. There's no doubt. at this stage, we're having some guys that are physically an issue. Jalen got right here with a 5.4 grade, 56 round value, so it's right in line. But there's some players I like a little bit better um, at that position ahead. But the medicals are, I think, just having the lack of information. I think it's just making people gun shy a little bit. There were not a ton of trades. I mean, there's some, not a ton. Davion Nixon is just one of the mysteries. There's again something going on with some of these guys medically or something else. Um, Stokes and Nixon would be right at the top. Sean Wade certainly did not play well this year, and there's something to that. Maybe I have a little too high, but Deontay Brown, I believe Deontay's still out there. Tony Fields is gone. Okay, just updating things on my overall board. Lot broken record. Lot still some really good players that can help your team, folks. I know they're just kind of just meh. But there's some players that can really help you finding them. Most of them there were not. Iman Smith Marsetti, there we go. The Vikings get him. Minnesota's had a history. The guys are no longer there anymore, but they've had a history with Iowa from Frank Gilliam and Jerry Reichow over the years. Great Iowa guys, but third round value there, like the kid from Iowa. Like Marcus Stevenson, something's up with him, I'm guessing. Who run the Steelers? Yes, Kevin Colbert. Kevin's been around a long time. It's a Pittsburgh guy, spent years in Detroit and got the job in Pittsburgh years and years ago. Good guy, good hardcore values. There we go. Let's see here. What? Carolina get Davion Nixon. There we go. There we go. Highest player on my board left. Mr. Nixon from Iowa. Money going to Carolina here, I believe. I believe at 158, right after Izmir Smith-Marsetti. Chargers pick is in. So Davion Nixon goes to Carolina. Brendan James, tackle from Nebraska, going to the Chargers. Yeah, Carolina is really, really focusing on building a defense. Might have their quarterback now. That's a team that's really interesting to watch. I like what they're doing. I like the foundational part, what they want to do. Now, the owner there, Tepper, very aggressive guy, he's a hedge fund manager. He wanted, he was chasing and wanting the Deshaun Watson. I mean, he wanted that situation in the worst way. And obviously, that all slowed down. Well, it didn't slow down, it came to a halt after that situation took a different turn. So they went in a different direction. And look, I kind of admire what they've done. I like what they have done. I think they've done a very good job with building, just as you say, the foundation of good young players. We'll see how many of them pan out. But here's the thing they're doing now. They're moving back and back and back, so they're acquiring extra picks. And they're going to fill some gaps, fill some holes. So their board's telling them, look, not anything we got to take now because there's nothing that we love, but then we can move down and get somebody that we like. Shaun Wade, the corner out of Ohio State that I've been talking about, that have been on the board, 6 feet, is 198 pounds, really good ball skills, big nickel that has ability to play in the slot, play outside. Liked him a lot. Didn't have a good year this year, no question about it. 72nd player on my board. Congratulations at 160, Baltimore Ravens. Like it. Like the value. Again, does it mean he's going to be a really good player? Don't know. Some of the health issues, what happened to him, what's going on with him personally that maybe led to a bad year. We're talking about a guy that after last year, there is no question he's late first round, early second. A year later, it's something different. You know, the year that it happens the other way, too, the year that I drafted John Runyon out of Michigan, he was a fourth-round pick, a tackle. Again, same day, Pro Bowl tackle, ended up having a great career. But had he come back, he'd have been a high second-round pick the next year. He came out early. We could see that he was, but we didn't have to take him that high, and that's the thing. You liked him, and I thought he'd be better, but it's understanding value of a player in the draft. So Ohio State has more players drafted now than Alabama overall. Is that right? Well, the data to count them up after. Are we at 161? Got to go to 184. Bill's coming in. We'll see what they got. Yeah, Wade plays. He plays the slot and he plays outside. He's got some versatility. Tommy Doyle, the Miami of Ohio tackle, going to Buffalo. Excuse me. Had a 5.4 grade on him. Evaluating players and there is an art to when you evaluate, go through the skill sets, go to the position specifics, critical factors. It's an art to um, to putting a grade on, it's hard to explain. It just over time, you could look at a guy and you say, guy's a 5'9", 5'5", 5'4". It can't explain it. You just do it enough. You have a feel for it. It takes time though. Just experience. And look, there are a lot of people that are experienced in things and they're not very good. But experience, I think, is so important in this. It really is. Realize how much over time they've gotten a better feel for what a player is or isn't. And still, today the biggest issue that I miss with players is that I'm just doing consulting work. I'm not going out on the road, not just COVID related, but just not going out on the road as much, do the film work. And so I'm not, I don't know the player as well as if I went to the school and made the complete school visit. So I understand that and respect that. My job is just to provide a role to assist in using whatever experience and whatever value, if I have any, to them. Chiefs are in with their pick. Yeah, Buffalo. I thought Buffalo really had an interest. Kev brings out the Buffalo situation with regard to their run game, and I do agree that is something that that was an issue. That was I really think they lost. They liked um, ATN. So you look at Spencer Brown and Tommy Doyle; they're addressing the offensive line. Now it's pick 93 and 161, and I get it, but they also one of the things they really needed too is an edge rush. So they got Boogie Basham and Greg Rousseau, and then now come back with Brown and Doyle. Now let me say this: not that there's going to be the big time answer, but they obviously didn't like the value. They weren't able to get a Javonte Williams. I don't think I think there's some really good players. I think there's Jamar Jefferson. I think that Kylan Hill, Demetric Fenton, Khalil Abert. I mean, I think there's some players to still get a running back. Difference maker. I'm not going to sell you on that, but but I do think that there's something to be said for the fact that they've addressed some issues that I think were needs. Noah Gray, the tight end of Duke, just went to Kansas City. But But yeah, no, that is the thing about them. More consistent, more. They like their backs, but I agree with you. I think a guy like an ATN would have been, or back out of North Carolina, Williams would have been great fits for them. Their offense and what they're doing. No, it would give them maybe just enough juice to take that next step. Who knows? Washington went tight end. Let's see what they do here. Derek Forrest, the safety from Cincinnati, is where Washington is going. Got John Bates, the tight end from um, Boise, prior to that. Be interesting. Forrest is a kid that can play around the line of scrimmage pretty well. Um, he's really good attacking downhill. Um, he does a good job filling the outside run. Very aggressive. He doesn't have great recovery speed. Pretty good value. Broncos. Up next, at Caden Stearns and Baron Browning and Quinn Miners and Javonte Williams. Pat Surtain. Good draft for George Payton thus far. Oh, Jamar Johnson, the safety from Indiana, going to Denver. Played well in coverage for them this past year. He's got some versatility. Can line up inside. I think he's good over the slot. I think he's got really good ball instincts. Um, I think he can play some high safety. That's really good value here. Really good. Really help their secondary. Good football IQ. Somebody was asking. I hadn't a chance to address it about. I think Indiana and Indiana's coach. Tom Allen is outstanding. Um, got a great future. Whether he can be. Indiana's never going to be a power. What they're doing is really good. That's getting it done there. You don't take a next step, and become, Ohio State. You don't do that. Um, you think their value for Slayton, Hedgie, or Forsythe from Florida? Yeah, I think there's some value. They're better players on the board, yes, but there's some value. I do think. I do think that there's potential here late, or certainly in a camp. I do. Oh, Sean Davis just went from the Gators, yeah, to Indianapolis. So there's your Gator there. It's a good. Pardon me, I'm a little trouble today. Davis, safety from Florida. He's from my kid from the Miami area. He played well as a true freshman, um, but he's got some physical hitter, good toughness, like the kid's toughness. Plays with a sense of urgency, good demeanor. Um, he's a little lacking in discipline in terms of when he breaks down. He doesn't square up and route the target. He's a little bit more of a hitter than a tackler. Um, he doesn't have great instincts. He's got a doesn't have great anticipation in coverage, but he's rangy in some of the too deep stuff. So, but he's a physical guy. He'll absolutely come after you. Let's see what Carolina is going to do here. Okay, Keith Carolina. A little run on defensive backs here. Keith Taylor at corner from Washington, Long Beach kid. Um, like his length. His length is really good. Not crazy about his instincts. Doesn't have a great burst of close. Not very physical in run support. I don't like him deep carrying receivers at corner. I think he's got some press cover ability, and obviously that's what they're thinking of doing. They're going to play a lot of press, so that's what the plan is. See what the Raiders are doing. Leatherwood and Morig and Malcolm Kuntz and Diablo, Tyrone Gillespie. We'll see what they do here at 167. They just have one more pick scheduled, 230 in the pick number 2 in the 7th round. So the Raiders go for Nate Hobbs, the corner from Illinois. A Kentucky kid. He's 6 feet, 195 pounds. Athletic guy. He's got good size, speed combination. Plays a lot of cover 3, press man, size, length to do that. He's not not very instinctive. Um, he's a good tackler. Probably one of the best things he does. Didn't play very well last year. Some traits as a cover 3 guy. That's Nate Hobbs, your Raiders pick at 167. Can Indiana be the Kentucky of the Big Ten? Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a little easier to do that now. I mean, it's absolutely go to bowl games. Um, I mean, I look. Kentucky's done it more consistently under Stoops, but I think Indiana right now is there. It just can they sustain it, and as Stoops has developed a good situation at Kentucky, great facilities. He makes good money. He's happy there. I mean, Florida State came after him. That meeting didn't go very well. He seems set there. I'm not saying that Mark Stoops won't ever leave Kentucky. I'm just saying that he's comfortable there. Tom Allen, don't know. Somebody may come after him. Now, he's got a lot of ties there, too. He may not leave there. He may stay, build it, make good money. Got a nice little bump, and yeah, there's no absolutely they can do that. They've not been able to sustain it over a long time. Kentucky's actually had better football history than Indiana. Not great, but I mean it's better. So yeah, that's a really good comparison, and obviously the background basketball background in both the success there. I think that's a very good analogy and a very good way to look at it. And you can be successful, and I think they'll be happy if you're able to do that. Now, I get this a lot. Bama is the Kentucky fan. Yeah, and I get it. And fans, you want more. When is Mark Stoops going to take Kentucky to the next level? They're at the next level for Kentucky. I mean, football. I mean, what? No, I don't see them. You're not catching Georgia and Florida unless those programs collapse and you get there by default. I mean, you're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Uh, look, Tennessee's struggles has allowed Kentucky to be right now clearly the third best team in the East, third best program in the East. Not, the given year anything can happen. Hey, Richard LeCounte, good pick for the Browns going there. Instinctive Richard LeCounte's out of Georgia, goes there. But I think you're consistently sustaining at Kentucky about as good as you can do it. And the variable to move up is whether Georgia and Florida are doing their job. I mean, Tennessee's not. Tennessee's should be a better program, is not right now. But, maybe we'll get back there. Um, so, yeah, I think Indiana can be that version of it. Well, talking sport more and talking about the lack of competition in the Big Ten, doesn't have our potential. Just, you still got the East. They're not going to penetrate anything in the East, so they're not going to really get. Indiana is not going to catch Ohio State any more than I mean, that's about as tough as you can get. Um, I don't know that they have more potential than Kentucky. I mean, I think Kentucky's already proven that they're pretty good and they're more sustainable. Indiana's not really put in the money to consistently do it. Um, Kentucky can be, kind of middle of that pack, go to bowl games every year. Um, if you look at Indiana, if they do the same thing, certainly they can be competitive. But neither one of them are going to the top of their division um, unless the top of the division comes back to them. So yeah, LeCounte goes to Cleveland. I just mentioned that. Slender build. Boy plays hard, man. He loves to play in the box. He flies downhill. Uh, really strikes. Doesn't have the size and strength that you'd ideally like to go up against top guys. He can. I think he does a pretty good job in coverage. Pretty good instincts. Um, he he can play in zone coverage effectively and break on the ball, but he doesn't have the speed to carry and match really good receivers. That'll be an issue with him, and that's why he's lasted to the fifth round. Compare Indiana with Auburn. Oh my God, Smart Martin, what are you saying there? Auburn has won national titles. Indiana is lucky to go to bowl games. There is no comparison between Indiana and Auburn. No, Bama's got it right. Indiana and Kentucky are the right comparisons for a lot of reasons. Auburn is historically and resource wise, you know, a, in a really good program. Indiana, Kentucky are not. They're not. That's not even close. Can't thank again. I know a lot of you kind of coming and going. Busy day. Appreciate you joining us. It's a long day. Got 4 rounds. It goes faster, but you got four rounds. So we're it's still got a ways to go. Get into the sixth round. I'll have to step away some, and I'll be back to kind of maybe a little bit later in the sixth, kind of recap things, and then in the seventh, maybe do the same. But when we get into the sixth, it becomes a lot of preparation for undrafted free agents, helping with them attack guys that may not, you don't know if they're going to get drafted, but you got to be prepared if they are not. I apologize. It's been a rough day. I know I've got, I've just been, I've got the sneezes today. Yeah, I don't know what the story is on Trey Smith. I don't know. I can't. I have no answers. I have no answers. I don't like the speculative part in this, and there's a reason why people are not going in that direction yet. But Oh, Dario Slayton gets drafted right here by the Packers. Pretty late. Another Gator off the board. On Deontay Brown, yeah, Woodcheck King I mentioned. Um, Trey Smith and Deontay Brown got no answers. No, I don't. It's got to be medical. I mean, the weight issue is one thing. You got some issues with Tyler Shelvin weight wise. No, I think there's got to be some medical issues that are concerning it. Back in a bit. Was it embarrassing for every player getting drafted after a kicker? No. What do I not like about Felipe Franks? Doesn't move very well. Yeah, he's a tough kid. Like the kid. Um, he's just not going to be very accurate in the pro game. When people move him off platform, his accuracy drops big time when he can't set his feet, and he's really slow moving in his feet. He's um, nothing more than a camp on for me. Good kid, like him. Just don't like him as a football player. KJ Britt, Auburn going to Tampa. Got New England, 177. Cameron Regron, okay, the inside linebacker of Michigan, good special teams player candidate. That's where New England is going at 177. 178, Green Bay. Then you got Dallas, San Francisco, Kansas City, Atlanta, and Baltimore. No, I appreciate that. Tell you what's happening. It was a tough morning this morning. My sinuses is acting. I apologize. I know it's quite annoying. After I got done, I have a cat. It's my mother's cat, and was mother and father's cat. My dad died in 2004, um, and my mom died in 2014. And my dad passed. Well, that's the reason why I moved off the road with the Titans back home to care for them. And the cat, it was my sister's idea to give my mom a cat, you know, for knowing that dad was dying, and then so helping being a caregiver with my mom. Uh, the cat, dad passed in 2004, as I mentioned. And dad passed, I moved my mom in with me in this house, and I moved in with the cat. Mom died in 2014, and the cat's been really sick, losing weight, not eating. And those of you who have pets know that they become like your child. I'm not married. I don't have kids, and so she is my little baby. And I never had cat. I had a dog when I was a youngster, and I didn't have pets because I was um, on the road so much. The cat's been losing weight. It's been struggling. It's gotten worse recently, and last night it got really bad. So Donna was doing this show early this morning. I went to the vet, and we found out that it's we're gonna have to put her down. And so trying to get back for the round here, I know what a busy day it is. Not a good day for that, but it couldn't be worse. So I think at the vet's office, I mean, Mindy is, I'm not too bad with her dander, but I've just got the dander stuff going. And so they wanted to give her B12 and fluid shots, and she's back with me. So I have, um, there's not much of a decision to make. She's got kidney failure in a big malignant tumor. So anyway, um, when we get done with the draft, we'll spend a little time the rest of the weekend with her in the early part of the week, and then do the. She's not happy and normal now, so it's a difficult situation. It's the last connection with my parents, so I knew this day was coming, but it's tough. It is just whatever the dander is at the place. It is just eating me up. I mean, I feel like I need to sneeze all the time, and then it was just kind of emotional this morning to find that out. So anyway, so I apologize. It's been a crappy day, and it's a busy day, and I still got a lot of work to do. As I said, a lot of 6-round work and stuff. But at least Mindy's back with me. She's sleeping in the bedroom, and we just deal with it. So the Niners pick is in here at 180. Um, did you watch Jacob Harris, wide receiver, did the run? I did. I did. What did? Okay, I missed that. Okay, sorry. Yeah, let's get caught up here. So, Simi Fieco, the Stanford wide receiver, goes to the Cowboys, and Shamir John Charles from Appalachian State, the corner, right after Cameron McGrone. Oh, and I appreciate all you guys. Love you guys. I appreciate it. I mean, I just I thought I was the. I didn't realize it was going to be so bad, and I figured I owe an explanation. What the hell's going on with the guy? I have not had the COVID shot because I in that time and didn't want to get sick, but it's on the list. Obviously, it's going to be a busy and a tough week this week, but that has to be addressed. I usually spend May and June and July. I've had the other reason why I've not got back on the road. I've had a bout with cancer a few years ago myself, and then had my heart surgery in 2015. And so I'm constantly having to go to the doctors and all, but a lot of the major checkups, I try to get that done, May, June, and July, so that from football season through the draft, I only deal with that when I have to and not on the scheduled. But some of that stuff just. Um, yeah, Rich Coach says 18 years. Yeah, little Mindy's 18 years old. Mike Blake says you talk about knowing Monty Kiffin. Did you ever get to know Mike Leach? Yeah, I knew Mike pretty well. Uh, yeah, I know Leach is kind of off the path. Um, oh, here we go again. Apologize. Yeah, he's a different guy. As he appears, he's really different. Yes. Cornell Powell's uh, going to Kansas City now. That's a guy that Clemson. You'll watch him. That's a guy you don't hear a lot about. A lot of good players there, and that's a guy that's really really talented. Now finding reps in that offense is tough. Um, Really good player, though. Really good player. Good get, good value here at this point. Let's see what else is going on here. Well, we see Carlton Davis, Jamal Dean, KJ Brett. We'll see where. Let me ask this if you don't mind. It's very very nice your comments. I don't want to get back to what we're here for. I noticed a couple of you have said you've had to put down your dog or something. Um, as a Falcon select Avery Williams, tough transition, but any advice you could give? I've never had to do that, and it's a. I mean, how do you suggest to deal with that? I guess just dealing with knowing that it's the it's the best thing for them, but obviously you're having to make a decision. I guess it's really in some ways it's really not a decision, but how do you if you got any ideas, how do you deal with it? So if you anybody's got any thoughts on how to deal with that, that'd be much appreciated. As I will have to emotionally deal with that this after this weekend and this coming week. So Tampa, so it's KJ Britt to the Bucks, Shamar Junior Charles to the Appalachian State to the Packers, Simi Falco to the Stanford receiver going to Dallas. Hufnega, one of the safeties that we were talking about that were lingering out of USC, going to San Francisco. Cornell Powell, we just talked about. The defensive end, Ojedeji from Notre Dame, going to Atlanta here. Atlanta with another pick, and then we've got Baltimore going top of the second round. Avery Williams, Boise State, going to Atlanta here. Good slot corner. Help on special teams. Trying to fix that secondary there. Baltimore up at 184 after back-to-back picks from the Falcons. Baltimore usually gets good value here. Ben Mason, fullback of Michigan. Ramondre Stevenson's can play fullback, power runner, that type of fullback, the best fullback, the best blocking fullback, the best true fullback looking fullback is right here, Ben Mason, right where I have him, fifth, sixth round value. And what they do, and how they do it, makes a lot of sense. So we turn into the sixth round. Chargers up next. Kev Calargo says the Lord Abundance said one thing I do not want to do is get another pet. The biggest fear I had, as tough as this is now, the worst fear I had when I went in for heart surgery is that, and I went in. I was dealing with this in 2015 with the draft. And I told my cardiologist, can you get me through the draft? Can I? He says, well, and he gave me the three signs. He says, she can but get this, that's that. I had aortic valve replacement. And my biggest fear when I went under surgery was, who's going to take care of the cat if something happens to me? Because, there's a responsibility. Now, if you're married, you got kids, whatever, they may take the cat. Like I took care of the cat with mom. There is no so that was my biggest fear, that here's a spoiled cat that's treated like a princess, and then no one's there to care for it. So if there's one solace is that I don't even, since she's been sick for 6 months, I haven't even, other than the store, and I work out of the home and she's with me. I don't even leave her. So the one solace is that, I do not want another pet. I'm going to miss her. I'm going to miss her crawling on me, even jumping on this very table here. I've done shows in the past where she's jumped here and she wants to get involved. She doesn't do that anymore, but I don't want to get that emotionally attached, because if something happens to me, what happens to them? I'm going to miss that. But anyway, let's see here. Curious how far back you go back with John Robinson. Did you cross paths with him during his time in Louisiana or early days in scouting? Now, what John Robinson are you talking about? You talking about the you talking about the Titans, or you talking about Coach John Robinson? I'm not quite sure. I know John pretty well. I know Coach Robinson real well from back when he was coaching at USC, and then went to UNLV, went back to USC. But and Coach Robinson, by the way, is in Baton Rouge at LSU doing some stuff for Ed. John Robinson of the Titans, I know pretty well. He was part of the staff in New England, and he's been around a little while. Good young guy, works hard. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Blake. Did I make a promise to the cat? I don't know. Yeah, Titans GM, yeah. John's a good young guy, works hard. They believe in kind of a big physical players, emphasis on that. A lot of that. Oh, yeah, the Blake had like a promise to take care of my dog and never hurt him. Of course. Well, I don't know, make promise to the cat. Yeah, I knew, my mom knew that when, basically it was my mom's cat, and I spoiled the cat when mom was here, and mom was, mom knew the cat immediately became more attached to me because I did everything for her. Everything. And again, I don't know anything about cats, but literally, she doesn't go into the litter box unless it's clean. So, I mean, it's like, I clean it with the foo-foo fresh stuff. I mean, all that kind of stuff. And um, But what was heartbreaking was mom passed. The cat showed no, I mean, it was like nothing. I was like, I mean, that was, I was, obviously devastated. And it took me a while to get over loss of mom. The cat was fine. Just, I guess, I thought she would really like miss mom and all that, but she was so attached to me that's it. Hamza Nazarene, the Florida State safety, good headhunting free safety, taken. Good pick. Got to give it to the Jets. Really doing a good job in this draft. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate like you saying that to let them know. Yeah, no, it's I just checked and she's in my chair in my bedroom and her head's down and I know she's say she's not in pain, but she's not living in. Look, I mean, I appreciate all the talk. I didn't mean to get into that. If I wasn't so damn, you know, messed up and sneezing every 5 minutes, I wouldn't have even said it. But um, she's not the the vibrant cat that she was. She's not enjoying life, and I don't think she's suffering. And it's she's. I can tell you this: I don't know that there's ever been a cat that's been more spoiled and pampered, and literally just somebody with her all the time in there. I just don't know that we could do anymore. So I know that I did what I can do, and that there's solace in that, and remember things, but and that it could be worse, and it could be a lot of suffering and a lot of. But yeah, there's a lot of little things. She's got her own little bathroom where she's a step she can walk up and wash herself. You talk about a queen of the house. I just say I own the house, but she really owns the house. She Falcons pick is in. See what they're able to do here. Top of the early third pick in the sixth round. Still some good players still on the board, folks. I can't. Um, we still have a couple of good guards, really good guards on the board. There's not much to say about Deontay Brown and Trey Smith that we haven't gone over yet. Back in a second. Did we get the. Holler at me here, folks, if you can, or you might. I may have kicked out my headset. I don't know. Are you guys still hearing me, or is it? You're live. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. I just thought I'd kick the darn thing out. Anything else? I thought I'd just. Frank Darby, player that I liked, receiver I liked out of Arizona State. That obviously we know the whole Pac-12 situation this year, but really good value here in the fifth round. Um, Liking that a lot. Didn't really run well in his pro day, but really makes some good catches. He can track and pluck the ball. He's 6 feet, 201 pounds. Some of the notes I had on him. Going back to now, Nick Neiman is the Iowa inside backer that the Chargers took. Now, this was from Jacksonville through Tennessee. His was a pro day workout that was really, he's a really good tackler. 6'3", 235, closes well, plays really hard, limited production, making plays on the ball in coverage. Does a pretty good job keeping things in front of him, though. Nasruddin, talked a little bit about the Jets. Again, 6'3", 215, tall, smooth, outside backer, looking player. I think his play speed's okay, but boy, he's a big time hitter, very aggressive there. So he was 186 taken by the Jets. Appalachian State will have continued success after the head coach turnover. I think they can. It's a really good program, really good facilities. It's just a matter of obviously, you can attract good coaches. It's kind of like Arkansas State's had a lot of guys that have come through, have had good success, and one bad hire can set it back. But there's always that chance that you can kind of get it back there. So I think they're in pretty decent shape. So I don't know if it'll be as good, but I think they'll be competitive. Get good players there. It's visit to Boone was always nice. Always enjoyed my visits there. They had a really good safety there years ago, folks. That's before the whole they beat Michigan and all that kind of stuff. Long before that, but Matt Stevens was his name. He could really run. He could really. What made Ozzie such a good GM? Honestly, Ozzie worked very hard. Ozzie Newsome was with us in Cleveland with Belichick. We shared some office space together. He 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 worked on the coaching side first. Then he learned the scouting side, um, and he learned a lot of what we learned from Belichick, and he understood um, the importance of sticking to what are the critical factors and establishing the critical factors at each position, and then sticking to your board and not forcing things. And if you do that, what ends up happening is it's kind of like, you know, we're living in a world, and I think there's some merit to today. Go up and get your guy. I think there are times you do that. But more often than not, you let the board kind of fall to you and let you collect good players and you put them that fit your system. And then you never know when the guard's going to come, when the tackle's going to come. Man, but we need a corner. We need a corner. Why corners not what we want that's available right now? Sometimes you just can't get them. Sometimes you overload something one year and another. Get good players. And if you do that and you don't force picks, they really fall to you at unusual spots even late. And one of the great joys for me was always, man, here in the fifth round, late in the fifth round, getting a third round value player. You know, sixth round getting a high fourth round value player. Seventh round getting a fifth round. It happened all the time if you don't force it. If you do, you end up not getting really good players, and the whole need factor is thrown out the window because now you've just created plenty of needs on your team. So I think he understood. He learned it. He didn't take shortcuts. He asked a lot of questions. I tell the story all the time. He comes to me one day and he says, "Can you can you tell me how you evaluate a receiver?" And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so this guy's it's an All-American receiver at Alabama. He was an All-Pro tight end. I didn't feel I had anything really special to offer. But he wanted okay. What are you looking for? Can we look at some film together? Well, sure. But I don't know what I had to offer, but he really liked it. We went work out a bunch of guys, and I think he wanted just as the way he was thinking. Okay, yeah, he's a great receiver, he's a great tight end, but he thought that there was more to it, and maybe that somebody could provide something to him. I'm sure he wasn't. I wasn't the only person he asked, and I really don't know why he asked, but it was impressed the fact that he didn't think he had all the answers, and he was constantly in a search to get all the answers. And I think any good teacher, any good leader is constantly learning, and I think he did that. That's to me what made Ozzie great, and why some ex-players not any good because they just think, well, I played it. I can just it just happens. It'll come to me. No, you got to go and you got to work for it and you got to find it because it's you've got to search for what to look for and how to do it. He did a really good job of that. Oh, Quentin Bohanna from Kentucky. I can tell you, we had the question about Indiana being the Kentucky. Look at the defensive players that have come out of Kentucky. Uh, that is, you want to look at a program that takes players, many of them 2 and 3 star players, usually 3 star players, quote unquote 3 star players. And look at how many guys they have developed as pro prospects, but also really putting together good defenses. That's the real key to what Mark Stoops has done. I thought they creatively, a couple of years ago, did some good things offensively. They changed offensive coordinators, and they've not been quite as good on that side of the ball. But boy, they're tough to play. Boy, they're physical. They do a really good job. Um, Now that's a program that kind of reminds me a little bit of like Iowa. It's a developmental program. Um, so that's another, Kentucky, Indiana, and why can't Indiana do what Iowa does? Um, Kurt's done a good job, consistency. If Tom Allen can stay at Indiana for that long and get the support, there's no reason why he can't do something similar there. Yeah, I see you guys saying Ozzie did draft a lot of Alabama players. So does everybody else, seemingly. So not a bad plan. And speaking of Alabama, speaking of Deontay Brown, the Carolina Panthers have taken the outstanding guard of Alabama. So his weight is no longer liking what building at the line of scrimmage, physicality. That's Matt Rule way. We just talked about it. Kev brought it up not long ago. Like what Matt's doing there. Deontay, boys, he's every bit of 345. He's a phone booth blocker, man blocking scheme. That's what they do. Now, here's the thing too. A lot of the zone blocking scheme stuff, he's not. No one would want that runs that style would want him. That affects a little bit of it. But boy, this guy's got a really punch. And no, he doesn't move his feet, but you're not moving him. You're not moving him either. So really good in the run game. Elijah Mitchell, good young back out of Louisiana Lafayette, going to the Niners. How many backs are the Niners going to have? Somebody's losing some jobs there now. They've got a lot of young players there. Somebody's not making it. But Elijah Mitchell is a really good back. He's played very well for them, runs very hard, very instinctive back. Good couple of picks there. Elijah Mitchell going 194 to San Francisco. Deontay Brown right after Deontay Brown going to Carolina. Hey, talking about quarterbacks and, you know, Ohio State quarterbacks never been successful and all that. You think about it, how many quarterbacks are really successful? People throw that out about Alabama. Alabama historically has got Richard Todd, and Joe Namath, and Kenny Stabler, and Bart Starr. And Bart Starr was on a team that was awful. Alabama was awful back then. Pre Bear Bryant, and Alabama had some success before Bear Bryant, but obviously. But anyway, so they had old history of quarterbacks, but modern history, not a lot of quarterbacks. Well, the game of football, if you think about it, yeah, you can go and look at quarterbacks, and a lot of the schools that were the bigger time powers, Ohio State, for example, Michigan, you know, the a lot of the big powers that didn't have a lot. I mean, think about who are the schools that produced a bunch. I mean, Cal's produced, a lot of the West Coast teams, but yeah, there's really nobody that said, well, they're the best. I don't know that I would. You always got to be careful about that. Don't ever think, well, don't scout the helmet, scout the player. It's really, really important to understand because it's never been done. If you think, well, what quarterback has ever been produced out of Michigan? Really? I mean, Tom Harmon and Gerback and nobody. You miss out on Tom Brady, and that's it's not why people missed on him, but it's why how many great quarterbacks have come out of Tennessee? Well, there's Peyton Manning. I mean, really, you want to talk about the great quarterbacks that have come out of Wyoming, have come out of Texas Tech? Look at the great quarterbacks of today and yesteryear. There's not a lineage of them. There's a few that have done it, but Cal Berkeley's produced Aaron Rodgers. But you know what? You know what people said about Aaron Rodgers? You know the biggest reason why Aaron Rodgers dropped in the draft? Because people said that Jeff Teffer quarterbacks wouldn't make it. Kyle Bowler didn't make it. They said that David Carr, wasn't going to. So it's like Aaron Rodgers is overrated. Okay. Well, if you go on that, you could sit there and analytically say, oh, look, these guys, all five or six of those guys he coached and coached well and performed well, and none of them made it in the NFL. Then there's Aaron Rodgers. You look at that, but then you drill down into why. And maybe it's because certain guys are good at getting the most out of a quarterback. Maybe the quarterback doesn't develop. Jimbo Fisher. Is he? I think he's really, really good with quarterback. But, Jameis had talent, and he did a good job with them. They won the title. But Christian Ponder and E.J. Manuel, you go on and on. Now it's Kellen Mond this year. Getting a lot out of them, maybe make them look a little bit better, but or they he keep coaching a little while of Jamarcus Russell. Sometimes you get a lot out of them and they peak, and that's that. But you can't assume that. Don't ever assume, or you're going to look like the first three letters of the word. Just do your work, and what are the transferable skill sets, and what are the individual players. That's what really does it. But it is intriguing. But I would say, look at Ohio State's history. Power run game, modern history, even, through Tressel, run game, physical defense, not really emphasis on quarterbacks, right? Not passing game, right? Well, if you look at it, get Urban. Urban's a little different. Ryan Day, they were able to attract a quarterback. Now they've got a quarterback, first-round guy. So how you do it, Nebraska couldn't produce an offensive lineman that made it for years. And we were talking, because they were running the option out of the eye, and their linemen didn't translate in pass protectors. Then you got Will Shields. What do you do that? Well, again, just study it. You may be mindful of it, but don't let that say, well, this guy's not going to make it. The traits will take you there. and there's plenty of them. Purdue's produced a ton of quarterbacks. It doesn't mean everybody there is going to be good, and it doesn't mean if say Tua and Mac Jones are not successful, it's not because they're from Alabama, is because they won't translate into what they've been asked to do. If Justin Fields is successful, I mean that's not an Ohio State, it's not a Georgia thing, it's just a player thing. But anyway, my thoughts. Stanford Cal's had a bunch. I mean, Oklahoma is a quarterback you. I mean, Baker Mayfield's good. I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to be a quality starting quarterback in the league, but yeah, they've had good ones. Well, what do? They throw the football. They do a nice job, but they haven't. I certainly wouldn't put it as those are the elite guys. I mean, there's nobody that if you look at it, who do we have that's got two? We've got Cal's got two starters. Oklahoma's got two starters. Louisville's got two starters. I mean, got Bridgewater and Jackson. I mean, want to sell me on how great they are? I mean, is Josh Allen really developing into a really good quarterback because he went to Wyoming, or he's just a good quarterback? Cal's got Rodgers and Goff. You've got, depending on where you want to put Hurts. Hurts is Alabama and Oklahoma. I mean, it just there's not a whole lot. I mean, you look at it. Oregon's had Mariota didn't work out. They've had others. Joey Harrington didn't work out. Justin Herbert looks outstanding. So what gives? It's really has nothing to do with anything. It's just, hey, look, most quarterbacks. I mean, most quarterbacks and most players don't make it. It's very, very difficult to be successful. So most players won't make it. If you start assigning it to things that have nothing to do with anything other than it's just coincidence, boy, they win it, boy, you can get yourself in trouble. And that goes for any position anywhere around. And, think about Oklahoma. in Oklahoma, couldn't produce a quarterback to save their life for years. And then, Troy Aikman ends up going to UCLA because he's not a fit at Oklahoma because they don't run that offense. And then, but I do think, historically, go back, the reason why a lot of the West Coast guys were successful is because they were throwing the football a little bit more. So BYU's put a lot of guys in. Well, they throw the football a bunch when maybe other people weren't throwing it as much. So as the pro game became a little bit more passing-oriented, it was more conducive. I apologize, folks. It's Larry Roundtree going to the Chargers. Good back, good value here. Roundtree, if you haven't seen him playing the SEC, very underrated player. Good get for them at this stage. Steve Young, Ty Detmer, Jim McMahon, Robbie Bosco, Gifford Nielsen. BYU had just on and on and on, those guys. Roundtree's good value here. Fourth round value in the fifth round. Still got my man Jamar Jefferson out there out of Oregon State. Demetric Felton. Davian Hawkins. Chloe Abert. Gainwell's gone. Yeah, I do think the Panthers have done a really good job. San Diego State. Marshall Faulk, you know the Marshall Faulk story is Marshall Faulk's from New Orleans, Louisiana, and there was a transition of coaches at LSU, and I was there, and Curly Hallman, that Marshall Faulk was the number one running back recruiting board that year. It's from Carver High School in New Orleans. wasn't He wasn't that highly recruited. I mean, he didn't have. I mean, no disrespect. He went to San Diego State. He's from New Orleans, so I mean, nobody in the SEC recruited him. Uh, I thought he was the number one back in the state, and we offered him a scholarship. Curly Hallman comes in as the new head coach, and he hadn't think Marshall Faulk can play running back. Thinks the only way he could play would be as a corner, so he rescinded the Jalen Twyman just got drafted by the Vikings. Good pick, the defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. So he tells him he'll keep the offer if you play corner. He didn't want to play corner. And I thought he was running back. Anyway, so kid ends up going to San Diego State. Curtis Johnson, who was a high school coach in New Orleans, had made his way around and had coached at a couple of stops and ended up at San Diego State, and that's who got him there. You know who Marshall Faulk's running back coach was at San Diego State? Sean Payton, the current head coach of the New Orleans Saints. So, needless to say, Marshall had a great career, college and pro, and every time he had success, it was just. And I left shortly thereafter to get into the NFL. I wasn't. I wasn't. I was looking to make a move anyway, but I knew things were not going to go well early on once Curly got the job. But anyway, that was still remember that. So to this day, when I see Marshall, I ask him how he's working on his backpedaling, since he wasn't good enough to play running back at LSU, but he's good enough to go into the Hall of Fame. So anyway. Brandon Eccles from Kentucky. Going to the Jets. Another defensive guy. Done a really good job there. Yeah, Sean Payton. The Kamara signing was Sean Payton to work out at Tennessee. You remember Alvin Kamara was signed by LSU. I mean by Alabama. Alvin Kamara didn't do anything. Transferred, ended up going to Tennessee. He couldn't even get on the field at Tennessee. There was some issues there. I mean, just talented guy didn't wasn't clicking. Rodarius Williams, Oklahoma State corner, going in with the Giants. Another guy still hanging on my value board pretty good. Um, so he goes to the workout, and the workout really sold him on Alvin Kamara. He really loved Alvin Kamara, and he loved Jimmy Graham too. He bird dogged those two guys. Sean Payton was the guy that got the Cowboys to sign Tony Romo as an undrafted free agent. He saw something in Tony Romo. So there again, they drafted Ian Book. I'm not that high on it. I've said what I said about it. Heck, who knows? He may be a really good player. What the hell do I know? I mean, he did his homework, likes him. I'm excited to see what the potential could be. Rodo Williams. The Giants. Cincinnati coming in. They're coming a little bit faster now. Chris Evans of Michigan. Hung in there long, the running back did, going to Cincinnati right here. Folks, let's see here. Shanny drafting running backs. He's saying go ahead and get hurt this year. You might not get your job back ever. Yeah, no question about it. Folks, I'm going to step away for a little bit here. We'll rejoin in a few. Thanks. Oh, Racing McMath, little speedy receiver out of LSU. Shi Smith, South Carolina, we talked about. Landon Young, another Kentucky product, offensive tackle, going to the Saints. Marquez Stevenson, really good value there for the Bills, I think, at 203. So, Kev's talking about Courtney Hall. Passed away at the age 52. Wow. Played for the Chargers all those 8 years. Captain of the team. Made the Super Bowl in '94. Yeah, no, he was a too small to play, too tough, too competitive to get rid of. Yeah, it's a tough loss. Yeah, it's it's young, really competitive guy. Coach Ornsparker had him on that team that went to the Super Bowl. Lost to a really good Charger team. Jonathan Marston, the defensive tackle of Arkansas, going to the Jets. Speaking of that, speaking of, speaking of nothing, looking at people like talk quarterbacks. So Jamie Newman, not drafted as of yet. Sam Ellinger, Shane Buechele, Felipe Franks, Peyton Ramsey, KJ Costello, Zach Thomas, Brady Davis, Illinois State quarterback, Brady White, Memphis, Zach Smith, Tulsa. Some time left, still a round and a half or more left. Seattle is in. I'd expect some of those guys will be gone. Oh, Seattle's just taking Stone Forsythe from Florida. Big, tall. I mean, basketball looking tall. 6'8", 300-pounder. Didn't didn't think he'd get drafted. Good for him. Happy for him. Guy that's a little bit stiff moving, a little high levered, strong punch. Happy for him. Jalen Camp, Georgia Tech wide receiver, heading to Jacksonville. Man. 10 running backs drafted thus far. Seventeen thus far. The other Duke defensive lineman, Victor Demujike, the edge player, has gone to Arizona here. Folks, we are getting close to the time I am going to have to get going to help take care of some duties of free agent signings or preparation for that. We are deep enough as we get towards the end of the 6th round. See you. A few of you still with us. I know we really appreciate what I think I will do, obviously, when I get to it. We've got a tough week coming up, particularly the early part of the week. But I'm going to be working on a number of things to obviously get all the draft picks, all the undrafted free agent signings by team up for you on LandryFootball.com. We'll have all of that for you there. We'll also be able to talk about it on the shows this week that I'll be doing, the normal shows, Scout's Eye Show on Wednesday, and we'll do that. We do have some good players still up on the board. We'll certainly address it here, the remaining players that are still on the board. We've got a number of guys still with fairly decent grades, depending on medicals. I expect a number of them to get going here. So what we're going to do is, again, maybe come back a little bit later and maybe get you get a notification if we can come back and do a recap, depending on how things get done with the free agent signings. But we're going to have the updates over at LandryFootball.com on any of that stuff as well. So I can't thank everybody enough for being a part of this draft show. Today was particularly tough to do with a lot of things emotionally, but it was really good to be there with you. Demetric Felton, the receiver, running back out of UCLA. Good pick by the Browns right here. But we wanted to get through it, and we got you through. Hopefully gave you something that was a little bit fun. Hopefully something that that you enjoyed that was a little different, and we'll come up with different ideas to hope it make it better for you. Encourage everybody to check us out over at LandryFootball.com. Sign up for the Twitch channel. Would you hit the heart button, and if you can recruit some buddies to join us over at LandryFootball.com and get a membership there, we'd certainly appreciate it. Again, we'll keep you up to date on all the latest over at LandryFootball.com. But you are the reason, the superstars. You're the reason why we're able to do a show like this, and so we really appreciate it. And we look forward to continuing the relationship. Feel like make some good friends here. So, with that, we'll bid adieu. Thank you, and we'll keep you up to date on the rest of it. So long, everybody. Thanks for joining me.